Sim Racers, and welcome. Tuesday live stream, but very special live stream because this is the first session of Be a Better Sim Racer for 2023. As last year, this year also we are doing the Be a Better Sim Racer sessions. There's going to be three days of practically questions, tutorials, help you out, whatever you want, guys. What we're doing on our Discord community, we have a dedicated channel. You just have to go in there and leave a reaction to the date that you prefer, and then randomly we pick the users, the sim racers that want to have some help or want to ask us whatever they want. Setup help, driving techniques help, I don't know, for, hardware, software, whatever, whatever you want. We will try to help as much as we can. We are dedicating oral time to you guys, and we won't stop until you are quite satisfied with the results. So, for tonight, we are starting right away. Okay. So we have practically selected the first users, and unfortunately the first user selected was Oral Freaky Cross, but unfortunately he is not available. He told us he won't be available tonight, maybe later. If he comes back later, we'll catch him up. But second user selected was Bruno Fantozzi, and he's from Brazil, and now I'll go inside the chat to meet him, and we will start talking about and chat about and see where and how he wants to improve. All right, so while I'm going inside, let me check the chat in the meantime. Hello, everybody. Fantastic. Hey, Γεια σου Γιάννη. Καλή χρονιά. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, Ivano, it is indeed unfortunate. RIP Ken Block. That was really a bad start for the year. Manu the Bastard says, Charles, he got his RX-8. Oh my god, that's amazing. That's one of the most beloved cars for me. And he'll be moving to Bologna at the end of the month. Can I reach out to you for a track day meeting? We could meet at Modena. I think there is also a track day at Varano at the end of the month. So maybe we can, maybe we can meet there. Hello everybody. Andrea is grow. Grande, ciao. Grande Andrea, come stai? All right, so let's get into the chat.
So it might be
hello
on
guys,
actually.
We are
there
live.
He is, evening, Aris.
Hey,
good evening, chat. Welcome all.
All right, so here we are. And Andy is what you hear as usual, so blame Andy, but most importantly support Andy for all the stuff that he's been organizing behind the scenes to make this happen, as usual.
Buy t-shirts and mini Arises.
Buy t-shirts and mini Arises as usual. Mini Arises are over here saying hello.
Soon, actually.
Yeah. So, all right. So, Bruno, how you doing, buddy?
I'm fine, Aris. And you?
Ah, fantastic. First of all, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. No, I have to be grateful to be participant of this opportunity.
Fair. No worries, no worries. Okay, so let's see. I think Andy has made a server for us, and it should be ready. Let me know, and let us also the people know exactly what would you like to do.
I want to learn more about the sleep angle during the lap. Like how can I use it better in my car? Like I drive the Ferrari, and I feel sometimes I lost the sleep angle too early, or I don't know, because it's the way I approach the turn or something. The setup is not working really well. So I think the car is always sliding too much. I can use it all the sleep angle to make the turn better and faster. I hope I
got it.
Yeah, so fine.
Okay, fantastic. We can do that. We are launching a server at Nürburgring with the Ferrari, which is your preferred combo, as I understand. So
Yes.
the server is launching right now, so we might need a couple of minutes. In the meantime, let me also take care of my installation, so we don't go up with the beta. All right. Okay. So what we're gonna try at first is I would like to have a look on your driving style for a couple of laps. So I will let you drive and I will be watching from inside, and I want to see if you are I want to see the inputs on the pedals and on your steering, the steering inputs, to see if you are asking too much from the tires, or if you are driving good already, or maybe you're asking too little from the tires. So that's the first thing I would like to have a go. But the server is not online yet, so we can blame Andy about that.
I should use the aggressive setup for
Whatever you want. If you have a specific setup for you that you think it's good, and you are confident with it, we can use that. If you want to start from scratch, we can use the aggressive, or we can use the safe, whatever you want. It's no problem. We will start from your base, what you are, let's say, comfortable with, and then slowly we'll see if we can improve, or at least how to improve.
I think the server is up now.
Yeah, let's see. Yep, it's up. All right, so you say you're driving the Ferrari, so let me pick the Ferrari as well. Let's go in-game. Okay, so this should be, oops, lost the password as usual. Okay, going in.
Green light, give it all you can.
Yeah, I'm joining a few seconds because the game is...
no worries, no worries. We have all night. Well, possibly not, because we also want to do other people, but
yeah.
But no worries at all, no pressure. We'll take our time and see what we can do.
Okay.
Sure, I can, Versetti. Hello, Vitka. How are you doing? In the meantime, waiting for you, I will reply to a couple of people. Costas, it might be that simply you are going away from some very high-end CP ratings. But CP rating is competition rating, right? It goes down from a day to another day by a big margin. Maybe there were many people participating, maybe. And unfortunately got better than you, or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean.
All right, cool. Okay, so as I said, pick your setup, whatever you want, and I would say go out, do a couple of laps, and I'll be watching.
Okay.
And we'll see what's going on. Just to let people know that Bruno is from Brazil, so we might have a little bit of a high ping. It's practically half a planet away, as we said before. All right, let's see. Wait for Bruno to heat up the tires and everything. Also, in the meantime, let me also sign up here to another server. All right. Be right back, guys. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's get back here.
Probably my pressure will be a little higher because I did it in a cooler
okay.
track this setup.
That's okay. That's okay. Don't try, you know, to make your best lap time ever. Just try to be, you know, confident and do the laps that you're usually going to do.
Okay.
Hey, Christian, Uruguay. Welcome. Max, you don't see the readings because obviously we are watching from the outside. We're watching Bruno driving. Bruno, do another lap, please.
Okay.
Hey, thank you, Eric. All right, cool. That's good. Okay, so let's try something immediately. So keep on driving. Go outside. Keep on driving. And I want to try something immediately. So I've noticed that one of the things that possibly we can improve is that you are ending your braking, point. You're going into the turn and you instantly go into the accelerator. So I want you to try and force yourself when you are releasing the brake, to like release both the pedals, go completely in coast and count to 1, like, you know, 1 and then go to the accelerator. So don't go into the accelerator instantly.
Okay.
You see, you do that, beep, beep, beep. I can already see that you still go into the accelerator. So release the brakes, and while you release brakes, count to 1 and then go to the accelerator. So even here, brake, release, that's it. Okay, again now. So release again the brake down there at the turn in. So brake normally, but then release both pedals and wait. You see how you stay closer to the apex much easier right now?
Yes, I saw.
Okay, and you saw that the car doesn't actually rotate too hard on you. It doesn't go into spin. Let's try this again here at the second gear curve. So let's try here.
Okay.
Release. You see, no span, no over rotation. Car is stable.
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, let's try it at an even more harder place. So here at the entrance of the chicane, go down to third as usual, release completely the pedals.
Yeah, I lost
Okay.
the rear.
That's okay, that's okay. So what we're going to do is, we want to go into the apex, which on the chicane it was the first curve, okay, and then go on the accelerator. So first you brake, you go into the turn, you release the braking pedal, you release completely all the pedals and you wait until you hit the apex, and then you go slowly into the accelerator.
Okay.
So let's try this again. See? The car is stable. You see how much you turn in? It doesn't really go into spin, but you do turn in a lot, which means you can brake even later. You see, look at that. Look at how much lateral grip you got. So try again here, third gear, release, and go. Release, second gear. When you release and you see that you have some understeer, give it a little bit of extra steering input. So like 10 degrees more, like, you know, like you are slapping the front end to get into. That's it, stay there. You see how much lateral grip you have now?
Yes.
Okay, try it again here in second gear. So brake just a hint later, completely release the pedals. And go. Again. And go. Look at how your delta is going down. Now try again on the chicane. Release, hit the apex, so the curb inside, and instantly go on the accelerator. And go. On the first curve you have to go on the accelerator. Again, release.
A lot more stable.
A lot more stable. So, wait for a minute so I can tell you a couple of things. Okay. So, I don't know if you can see me or if I should go into the track so you can see me.
You can go. I can watch. I can
Okay,
see.
I'll go into the track so that you can see what I'm doing.
Okay.
Oops. So, the Ferrari in particular has an extremely low inertia engine.
Low tire
Okay.
pressure. Stay clear of the curbs.
What that means? It means that even for the slightest amount of acceleration pedal input, okay, the engine revs up way too hard and way too violently. Okay, it's not one of those cars that you can easily dose the accelerator. You touch the accelerator and the engine like boom. See, it's extremely fast to go up in revs. So when you are going into the turn and you are afraid that the car is going to over-rotate on you and you go instantly on the accelerator, what you are actually doing is you are pushing the front end out of the corner because it has a good traction at the back, so you are pushing the front end. So what I'm asking you to do is let the car rotate until the apex and then go to the accelerator, okay? As you saw, when you were releasing both pedals, the car would rotate very nicely towards the apex, but it would not spin. So what you just did here is eliminate the fear that the car is going to spin onto you. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so number one thing to try is learn to release both pedals for just half a second or 1 second, go into the apex and then accelerate. If you are releasing the brake and you instantly go into the accelerator, you are actually pushing the car forward and the front tires actually go in saturation and over the limit of the lateral grip that they can give you. That's why you are getting some understeer and you were missing the apex. Let's have a look at your replay, for example. So on your first lap here, so I'll go to the third lap here. Okay, look at that. I don't know if you can see the live stream.
Yeah, I'm seeing
Fantastic.
through the,
Okay.
the live stream.
So look at this. Let's go into a very slow. Now you're releasing the brake. Okay. So let's go on this turn. So you see, you release the brakes and you were instantly. Oops, sorry about that. It's a little bit too. This one. So look at this now. You look also at the pedals HUD. So you're braking here, fine, and you still keep on playing with the accelerator and the brake, accelerator and brake. Okay. So then you release the brake and you go into the accelerator instantly. By doing that, you are actually not letting the car take a balance. Okay. The car doesn't go into equilibrium. You keep on modifying the pitch of the car. If we go, for example, at the side of the car, like this, okay, and we go a little bit backwards. Look at the front and the rear. You see, it goes down, it goes up, it goes down. It goes up again. Okay, now it's the curb, of course. So what is happening here is that you don't let the car do its thing. Okay? And the car keeps on changing. And obviously, at some point, you simply lose the apex. You see here how wide you were. And again, you are wide over here. Look at that.
Yeah.
Even though
wide.
you were close, you weren't managed to do properly the turn because you're going wide now. Let's move forward again. You see, you are on the throttle. And let's have a look at this one again. Braking, and you're still on the throttle. Releasing, instantly on the throttle, you see? Instantly on the throttle. Now look at the difference you did. Actually, you know what? Let's go down on this corner. So let's see this corner. Braking, and you're on the throttle. Look at this. Okay, you're downshifting, releasing the brakes, and you're still on the brakes. You're going wide, and then on the throttle. Now, if we get your last lap, for example, oops. Let me find it. This one. Okay, let's have a look here. Now, you're releasing the brakes and you stay off the pedals. Look at how the car goes into the turn. You're over the curb practically. It had so much lateral grip that you went practically inside the turn and off the road.
I didn't expect he turned
Exactly.
that much.
Exactly, because you actually are leaving the tires do all the lateral grip they have. If you go on the gas pedal, or if you're staying on the brakes, you are asking for the tires also some grip to accelerate or to decelerate. But if you release the pedals, what you're asking from the tires is only lateral grip. And when you're releasing the pedals, then you get all the lateral grip the tires can give you. It's also very evident here. Look at that. This was perfect here. Braking, downshifting, all right, one more, and releasing the brake pedal. And look at how much grip you have lateral, even though your line is not perfect. And most importantly, the car is not over-rotating. So the fear you're having and you go instantly on the accelerator to control the rear end, it's not justified. The car won't spin onto you if you release the pedals.
It's something I sometimes I struggle. Like I have the fake sensation of the car I'm gonna lose the control of the car. So I press the brake or I press the throttle to
perfectly
keep the control.
I perfectly understand, and it practically shows on your driving. And I'll tell you one more secret. Once you have understood that the car is not going to, spin, then you can use possibly even more easily more rotation to the setup, because right now you might be using a much too safe setup because you're afraid that the car is going to over-rotate and is going to spin. But now that you know that the car is not practically doing that stuff, you could try. But let's leave the setup alone for a minute. What I want from you to do, and I believe that will make you much better, is release the pedals as we said, count to 1 and then go to the accelerator, and be a little bit more careful on the gears you're using, and possibly improve a little bit on some lines. So let me show you what I mean. Truth to be told, the Ferrari has very long gears, so you need to have usually one gear down in comparison to other cars. But on some turns, you are using way too low gears, and that makes the car either over-rotate or lose too much speed, or you're losing time because you have to upshift right outside of the turn. So you see, I didn't even go into the brake here. I just released the pedals for a moment. Okay, let's see what gears we need to choose. And I also want to show you a couple of things that, in my opinion, you could have a better line. So second gear here, no problems. You see how much time I spent just, let the car coast.
I'm seeing.
Okay, so over here you can make a much more close line. Look at that. Over the curb. Just by not pressing any pedals at all, you'll see that it's very easy to stay over the curb without losing the car. Let's have another go. So, releasing the pedals, go over the accelerator now after the curb. I went a little bit too wide, that's okay. That's me doing stupid things, don't do that. And let's start another lap. let's try again. Release, go to the accelerator. Look at this now. Second gear and just releasing the accelerator pedal. I've lost the apex. If you see the apex, let me know. We're searching for it. And again, release. You see, car just goes in. Release and go in. Do it again over here. Brake, release, go in. Brake, release. See, the car just stays in here, inside. Release. And let the car rotate alone without, you know, having issues or forcing it to do stupid things. Look, my bad here. Okay, look at this again. The line is going over the curb. Release. Look over the curb. Much wider line to work with. Release again. Look at this. And here we go. Release and then accelerate again. Release and accelerate. Okay?
By the way, this is
Okay.
So, here's what we're gonna do now. I would suggest do a couple of laps more. I will guide you again. Once we do those couple of laps, I will point out if I see anything wrong. Okay? And then I will let you, if you want and if you have time, into the server to keep on practicing the problems that we saw. Alright? I will go talk with another guy and then I will come back and see how you're doing.
Okay.
If that's fine.
Fine for me.
So,
it's fine.
The problem here is your braking points, for example, are not bad. Okay, you need to fix a couple of gears and a couple of lines, but not that big of an issue. What we're trying to fix here is the bad habit you have to talk too much to the pedals on from the turn-in to the apex. Okay, we need to eliminate that bad habit and make you regain confidence to the car. Once you have this, then we can, you know, move forward and even do even more advanced stuff and make you go even faster. Okay?
Okay.
So, do a couple of laps. Let me see. Nice, that's it. You see how stable the car is?
Yes.
You could probably use first gear there and then change to second gear. Hey Kevin, thank you buddy. Thank you all to the chat guys. Very nice to have you all here. So let me see here. So you see you went up to 5th gear and then instantly you had to brake. Don't do that, stay in 4th gear, you will go a little bit farther into the rev zone, but doesn't matter. Because you are going to start braking instantly, you know. Again here, stay in 4th gear, don't go up to 5th. Stay in 4th gear. No, not go up to 5th, you see?
Sorry.
No worries, no worries, that's why we're here. Next lap. So if you can, you know, not make an upshift just for 1 second, it's better. Nice, nice, very nice. Again here, release. Second gear here is enough, yeah. Very nice. Okay, okay, let's do a nice lap. Nice, I want you to take advantage a little bit more of the width of the track at the first turn. Look at how much grip you have here. Fantastic. First gear here. Nice, that's it, that's it, that's it. And second. Nice. A little bit smoother the line here. You were a little bit too aggressive going straight and then cutting in. Very cool. Remember, stay in fourth gear. Stay, 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 stay. Nice. Release. Oh, look at that lateral grip. That's okay, that's okay. Don't get excited, don't look at the delta. Stay in fourth gear. Cut, 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 inside. That's it, that's it. Go. Nurbs. So when you cut at the left-hand curve over there and you go into the accelerator, I want your steering wheel to pointing already to the left, sorry, to the right for the next curve. Don't keep on pointing to the left because you're losing the rear end. Very nice here, very nice. Smooth. Nice. First gear. Go in smoothly. I want you to go in a little bit sooner there. Very cool. Remember, stay in first gear. Release. Stay in first gear and cut sooner. On the curve. Sooner, sooner. You have to cut sooner over there. Ah, you see, you went on the accelerator.
Yeah, I have noticed that.
Yeah, that's what we were trying to fix. Now. Okay, and go right. That's it, that's it. You see how much stable it is?
Yes. A lot safer.
Yes. So when you are done with the left-hand curve, your steering wheel instantly has to go straight or to the right, if possible. But at least straight, because if you are still keep pointing left, you're gonna spin out. You're gonna lose the rear end. Ah, you went on the accelerator. Yeah, it shows. You see how instantly the car goes in understeer when you go into the accelerator.
Not perfect.
Not perfect, but it's okay. It's okay. Gotcha. You see, we're trying now to make you understand and eliminate those two bad habits. Okay. It will take time. It's not going to happen from one day to another. But at least now you know those two bad habits. You can work on them, and then after you're ready, we can go to something even better. Oh, that was perfect here. That was really good. Very nice also. Again, remember, first left curb and the steering wheel straight. That's it. Oh, look at that, how safe you were there. Yeah. Now go, 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 go. And even with errors, another best lap. I don't know what your best lap here is.
I can't achieve 56.
Nice.
I still.
Very good. Go into the turn sooner. Follow the camber of the rod sooner. Now. Yes, that's it. Look at this. Look at how much grip it has there. You're staying wide for way too much time there. And you're losing the camber of the rod. That's it. Oh, look at this. You can feel the lateral grip, right?
Yes. Totally different.
Yes.
From...
Again, stay first. Go into the curve sooner. Look at how much speed you can bring it there. Remember, you see, you stayed with your steering wheel still on the left. You stay with your steering wheel still on the left. So at some point you were afraid to go onto the accelerator, so the rear end started bouncing around and you lost the car in the end.
Yes. I noticed when I did a mistake.
That's good. That's good. This is exactly what we need to do. All right. So in the meantime, let me also get it here. All right. Okay, so, Bruno.
Yes.
I would suggest that if you have the time and the will, keep on practicing what we're talking about. At some point, what you're practicing, it's going to become automatic for you, and at that point, you could push and see if you can improve your lap times. Okay.
Okay.
If that's fine for you, I would let you practice these things now, and I would go to talk with another guy, and then I'll come back later and see how you're doing.
Okay.
If you can't, if you for whatever reason you have to go out or you have no more time, we can meet later, or you can leave a message to the Discord channel or whatever and let us know what you're doing. And no troubles at all, no worries at all. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
I'll be here. I have time for it.
Okay, fantastic. Fantastic.
Thanks, Aris.
See you in, I don't know, 20 minutes, something like that. All right?
Okay.
Okay, cool. See you later. All right, so here goes the first part. So what we did here with Bruno was actually to find out where the problem was. And as you saw, the problem was in the use of the pedals. He was practically putting under stress the tires and the aero balance of the car right at the moment where the car wanted to stay in balance, to stay into equilibrium and get the most lateral grip possible. This is not the perfect technique right now. So the fact that we told him to release the pedals and stay on coast, it's not the perfect technique. Ideally, you want to keep on trail braking almost to the apex, not in all turns, but most of the times, especially at Nürburgring. Trail braking almost to the apex, have a very small amount of coasting, and then go to the accelerator. But the problem with Bruno was that he was keep on working with the pedals at the worst moment for the car, and he wasn't helping the car to give him lateral grip. So what we did was to point out and show him how the car doesn't spans out on you. It doesn't goes into instant spin just because you're releasing the pedals. Okay, we showed him that he had plenty of lateral grip to take advantage of. Now he's working on that, and possibly when we go back and meet him after half an hour, I don't know, he might be even faster. We'll see. It takes time. It might take, one day for some people. It might take 1 week for some people. But it is important, in my opinion, to know where the problem is and try to improve it. All right, so let's move on and see who the second guy is. So this is what we're going to do all night. So second guy is Spinning Tony, which I believe it's not here. We might need to talk with Ollo, which is the fourth guy. Let me check with Andy if it's a problem, because I also see TCR Simober, maybe, waiting. He's a little bit too early. So let me check with Andy. Okay, let's see if... Let's join Andy here. Hello, guys.
Hey, Aris. How are you, mate?
How you doing, Gary? All good?
Yeah, good. We've got Simone at Brands next. Just wants some general tips.
All right.
He's an old boomer, apparently, so he just wants to be fast. So I figured he's your age, you can help him.
then there is no hope for us, unfortunately. So Simone is like after Ollo, Halbob, Andrea Furlan, and Pasta. No,
yeah.
Pasta. Yes, and Pasta.
We've got a few in different orders though, because of the speed that everyone's been signing up to the servers and things like that. So the order might be a little bit off tonight. So I'm just going to get them through whenever they're ready, basically, as soon as they're ready.
So do you want to? I mean, is Simone fine if we do him first and then we do Ollo? Is Ollo having a problem with that, or Carl Bob maybe? I don't know.
I think you're okay, aren't you, Simone, to go now?
Yes. Hello, Aris.
Hello. How are you doing, buddy?
There you go. In that case, I'll leave you with Aris then, and I'll hop over to see how Bruno's getting on, and I'll get hold of Ollo and get him next in the queue.
Sorry, I've missed you before, Andy. Do we go into a server with Simone, or we chat around something?
Yes, head into the servers, look for the Babs Simone server, which is Brands Hatch. It's spun up already, so
got it.
Hop in.
Okay, it's launching right now.
Yep, there we go.
Okay, so Simone, how are you doing, buddy?
Hello, Aris. How are you?
Sorry for letting you wait.
Oh, don't worry. I am Italian, so sometimes...
Se preferisci possiamo parlare in italiano, non fa niente. I ragazzi capiranno, o al massimo spiegheremo qualcosa.
Allora forse è meglio che lo facciamo in italiano, che così almeno sarà più efficace.
Va benissimo. So guys, we are switching to Italian because Simone is Italian. It's easier for him to understand. I will try to let you know what we're talking when we're dealing with very technical things maybe. But no worries, I mean, now it's Italian time. All right.
Thank you very much.
Ok, allora andiamo italiano. McLaren 720, giusto?
Esatto, sì, io sto utilizzando questa macchina perché mi ci trovo, devo dire, abbastanza bene, mi sembra abbastanza facile da guidare e
Fantastico.
quindi
Ok,
diciamo che mi sto dedicando a questa, ecco.
perfetto, fantastico. Cosa vogliamo fare? Cioè, qual è cos'è che
L'obiettivo.
vorresti chiedere?
Allora, sicuramente io penso che ho diverse cose in comune con il driver di prima Fantozzi,
Ok? Ti è
quindi
rimasto il cognome,
sicuramente... Beh, Fantozzi in italiano...
sì, sì, sì.
mi
Vergogna a
basta.
noi, ma comunque.
Eh, esatto.
For guys that don't understand the surname of Bruno is a very famous character in Italian comic film, so unrelated, but anyway. Ok, vogliamo che mi mostri un attimino la tua guida, qualche giro,
Sì,
così vediamo cosa possiamo fare? O nel
ok.
mentre che guidi mi dici anche se hai qualche problema specifico?
Allora, il mio grosso problema secondo me sono le qualifiche, nel senso che
Ah,
io magari mi metto lì, faccio pratiche, faccio 10, 11, 12 giri e magari riesco anche a trovare un buon tempo. Il problema è che io quel giro col bel tempo non lo riesco più a replicare.
come ti capisco,
Quindi,
come ti capisco.
quindi
Anch'io
spesso io...
sono lento a carburare, come si dice. Infatti io alla
Quindi,
fine uso la mia
esatto.
tecnica di carburazione lenta perché alla fine è l'unica che mi funziona. Però vediamo qualche giro, vediamo come
Sì,
guidi, perché
ok.
magari c'è anche qualche problemino di base che possiamo correggere,
Sicuramente, Aris.
e poi ti dico almeno la tecnica che funziona per me.
Ok. Allora, le pressioni dovrebbero andare bene
Ma
e via.
Hey Michael, welcome to the channel, mate. Thank you. Thank you. We're doing in Italian right now to help Simone, giusto?
Sì, Simone.
Okay. With his laps on the McLaren. So Simone was asking how he can improve his qualifying laps because he's doing the practice, he's feeling confident and everything. At some point, he's going to do qualifying, and he's not able to replicate the laps he's doing when he's practicing alone, which is one of my problems as well. But initially, we're gonna try and see how he drives and see if we can correct something, maybe, or if there are any problems. If I see that he's good enough, then I will just give him a couple of tips of what I do to, do a decent qualifying, because I also have the same problem. Let's leave Simone do a couple of laps to heat up tires and everything. Yes, Christian, the tires do not appear because obviously I'm watching Simone in multiplayer, so obviously I'm not watching a replay, and in multiplayer we cannot see the pressures of the other client. But it's okay. I just want to see how Simone drives.
Le pressioni sono un po' troppo alte.
Ok. Davanti o dietro?
Sono tutte uguali,
Ok.
27,9.
Va bene. Visto che non stiamo cercando il tempo assoluto, ma solo vedere la guida, va bene.
Infatti.
Yes, Octavian, you're right.
Troppo lento.
Invece no. Yes, Yorgo. In order to get in the pro section, yes, you need to start changing a little bit your setup. Yorgo. Ok, continua Simone.
Ok.
Allora, cominciamo con la base per il prossimo giro. Poi, se ce l'hai disponibile, mandare dietro il brake bias di 2 click. Ok. E voglio, come il pilota precedente, voglio che tu, prima di andare sull'acceleratore, di contare fino a 1, cioè 1, così, e poi vai sull'acceleratore. Quando rilassi il freno, intendo.
Ops.
Non c'è problema, ti sto parlando io, ti ho tolto la concentrazione. Ok, perciò freno, rilassi, 1, poi gas.
Il problema è che se accelero troppo poi va
No, non devi accelerare,
va
non
fuori.
devi accelerare, devi aspettare. Aspetta. Lascia il gas.
Ok.
Adesso-
Dopo non rallento troppo.
Adesso ti spiego. Noi adesso facciamo un esercizio, non cerchiamo di andare più veloci. Facciamo un esercizio per vedere cosa farà la macchina. Perciò frena, rilassa e aspetta. Se è andato in spin, proviamo anche qui. Non sei andato in spin, proviamo anche qui.
No.
Non andare sul gas. Di nuovo, frena, non andare sul gas. Di nuovo, frena, non andare sul gas. Di nuovo, facciamo uno o due giri così. Cioè, in questo momento non cerchiamo di andare più forti, cerchiamo di capire una cosa sul comportamento della macchina e sui nostri input. Di nuovo, frena, non andare sul gas, aspetta. Aspetta, 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 aspetta. Bravo. Di nuovo. Aspetta, aspetta, aspetta. Vai. Cioè, guida col volante, bravo. Cioè, frena, aspetta. Troppo presto, ma comunque va bene. Di nuovo qui, frena, entra in quarta e rilascia. Quarta, aspetta, aspetta. Bravo, vai. Di nuovo terza e rilascia. Troppo tardi, ovviamente, hai capito? Di nuovo terza, rilascia. Di nuovo seconda, rilascia. Aspetta, vai. E di nuovo terza e aspetti. Aspetta. Ok. Ti sei girato?
No.
No. Vedi che la
Ma
macchina
sicuramente-
ha problemi di avere bisogno di accelerazione per stare dritta? Per stare in traiettoria?
No.
No. Ok. Secondo passo. Ok? Adesso devi cercare di guidare in traiettoria e beccare l'apice aspettando. Perché vedi che sei sempre un po' lungo sull'apice? Di nuovo qui, aspetta e vai sull'apice. Vai sull'apice, aspetta. Vai, gas.
Il mio terrore è sempre che mi parta via il posteriore.
Ma in accelerazione o in entrata?
In
Quarta qui.
accelerazione.
Ok. Ok, allora, visto che hai il terrore che ti parta sull'accelerazione, vai di 1 o 2 click più di traction control, al numero 3 o a livello 4. Cerchiamo di eliminare il terrore di la macchina sta per fare qualcosa che moriremo tutti. Ok. Così, vai gas. Guarda. Cosa stiamo facendo adesso? È chiaro che qui non stiamo cercando di fare i tempi degli alieni, no? Perciò alcune tecniche da alieni che mettono il traction control a 1, che usano il gas in una certa maniera, eccetera, eccetera, a noi non servono. A noi serve cercare di diventare più veloci. Serve una macchina sicura dove possiamo spingere, concentrarsi sulla guida, sulla traiettoria, non su come rimanere vivi e non morire perché il setup è spinto. Bravo, la traiettoria, bravo. Vedi che sei sul gas troppo presto.
Perché mi sembra di essere troppo lento.
Bene, adesso parliamo della seconda. Questo è molto importante che hai detto, perché adesso parliamo dell'altra cosa. Hai detto che su quella curva lì ti sembrava di essere troppo lento, ok? E io ti dico, ma allora se sei troppo lento, frena leggermente più tardi. Non stare sul gas dentro la curva, frena leggermente più tardi. Non su tutte le curve, su quella lì. Riproviamo quella lì, di nuovo. Thank you, Jose, for subscribing. Ah, beh, molto bella questa. Vai anche qui. Bravo. Vai, vai, vai. Gas, gas, gas. Vedi che non si gira adesso. Di nuovo qui. Frenato troppo tardi qua. Va bene. Non so se hai danni. Probabilmente sì. Hai danni, ti conviene uscire, andare nei box e
Sì.
risettare. Perciò la macchina non si gira, ok? Addirittura ti va anche un po' dritta. Possiamo anche usare con una frenata ancora più sul posteriore. La macchina hai paura che ti parta in accelerazione, abbiamo cambiato il traction control, poteva andare sul gas sicuro e non partiva più il posteriore, ok?
Ok.
Quanto hai di preload sul setup?
Allora, andiamo a vedere.
We are going to explain everything in English as well, guys. Dimmi,
Preload in
Simone.
italiano è precarico differenziale 150.
150. Scendi giù al 60.
Ok.
Ok, andiamo a guidare di nuovo. Portiamo la frenata 2 clic dietro e il traction control a 4.
Ancora 2 clic dietro.
Come eri prima, adesso riparti con
Ah, ok,
sì.
sì. Quindi lo sistemo qui nel setup, così è a posto.
Ok, perfetto. E il traction control a 4 adesso che esci. Perfetto. Ok, scaldiamo tutto e riproviamo. Mentre tu scaldi, io traduco un attimino in inglese per i ragazzi che guardano. E tu scalda pure. Ricorda di cercare di fare le stesse cose che facevamo prima. So guys, a little bit in English to explain what is going on here. We have a little bit, not so much, of the same problem we had with Bruno as well. So Simone was going on the accelerator way too soon. So the first thing we tried to understand was that the car doesn't want to kill him. The car doesn't want to, you know, spin at every turn in. The other problem we had is that he's missing the apexes a little bit too much. And so we are trying to help him with the braking and the differential to make the car turn more during the turning phase of the curve. And the last problem he has is that he's afraid that the car is going to snap into him under heavy acceleration at the exit of the turn. Now, because Simone, he is not an alien, okay? He's driving well, but he's not an alien. It doesn't really make any sense to follow and try to use very low traction control levels in order to gain the last tenths of a second. Here we want to gain a full second, and to do so we need to be able to concentrate on the lines, on the perfect lines, and not afraid that the car is going to snap into us. So it makes sense to use a higher traction control and just, you know, floor it and think about the lines, the racing lines, instead of what the car is going to do and if the car is going to kill us. One step at a time. First, go into a comfort zone, then slowly get out of the comfort zone. But right now, Simone was into a position where he was way outside of his comfort zone, and obviously he's doing mistakes. Back to Italian to see how Simone is doing. Dopo facciamo a posto questa curva qui. Qui taglia di più. No, taglia di più, proprio le due ruote devono uscire sull'erba, le interne. E anche qui puoi tagliare.
Sì, il problema è che non riesco mai a fare diciamo le stesse traiettorie bene come dovrei farle.
Ok. Per quello che io ti dico, rilassa l'acceleratore e lascia la macchina scorrere, perché così invece che stare, cioè tenere il tuo cervello occupato coi pedali, no? Tieni il tuo cervello occupato solo col volante. Perché tanto lo sai che la macchina non si gira. Vedi? Col volante riesci a capire meglio dove vuoi andare. Ecco. Bene. Di nuovo, frena presto. Vedi che sei tardi. Adesso frena un po' più tardi invece. Leggermente, non molto.
Secondo me freno anche troppo.
Sì, freni troppo perché stai troppo dritto in rettilineo. Devi tagliare un po' prima. Anche qui dobbiamo migliorare. Dobbiamo entrare in quarta, ma entrare prima. Mentre tu aspetti, stai andando dritto. Taglia molto, taglia molto prima. Vedi, sei ancora largo. Anche qui, taglia, le ruote interne devono entrare dentro. Ops. Allora, credo abbiamo un problemino qua. Quanta strada vedi? Che tipo di configurazione hai con i tuoi monitor?
Allora.
Riesci a farmi magari uno screenshot? E a mandarmelo su Discord? Voglio vedere cosa vedi tu quando guidi.
Quindi vuoi uno screenshot di quello che vedo
Così come sei adesso, fammi uno screenshot, voglio vedere cosa vedi, se riesci. Se no, magari descrivimi quello che vedi.
Aspetta, Quindi ti faccio uno stamp.
Sì.
E adesso come te lo mando?
Prendi e lo trassini su Discord, sostanzialmente.
Ok, scusami, ma
Tranquillo.
io su queste cose non sono molto...
Tranquillissimo, non ti preoccupare. Ho proprio zero problemi.
Allora, quindi...
I'm asking from Simone to make a screenshot of his visuals. I want to see what he sees, what he's looking at while driving, because I have the impression that he's missing the apexes and the lines, because he doesn't have the correct visuals, I think.
Scusami Aris, ma non riesco a...
Quando hai fatto
Ho fatto lo stamp.
ok, riesci a trovare il file?
No, nel senso che, cioè, adesso o lo incollo da qualche parte o...
Ce l'hai davanti allo schermo? Se ce l'hai davanti allo schermo, no, dovresti poter
Allora, provo a metterlo
salvarlo
sul
da qualche
desktop.
parte sul disco.
Nuovo. Ma te lo devo mettere su un file tipo di Word o di un...
No, così com'è. Allora, tu dove ce l'hai adesso lo screenshot? Ce l'hai da qualche parte sul disco fisso?
Io ho fatto solo stamp, non ho fatto nient'altro.
Ma riesci a vederlo lo screenshot
No.
o te l'ha salvato in memoria?
Finché non lo copio da qualche parte non lo riesco a vedere.
Vabbè, allora facciamo un'altra cosa. Vai nelle opzioni, perciò ESC, Options, Video. Anzi no, scusami. Non Options, View Settings, cioè settaggi visuale.
ACC?
Sì, in ACC, sì.
Ok, allora, quindi opzioni.
Non opzioni, scusami. Sotto opzioni, c'è settaggi visuale, qualcosa del genere.
Ah, è vero, hai ragione. Sì, opzioni visuali. Ok.
Che phone
Altezza
stai
3,
utilizzando? Quanto?
altezza 3, laterale 0,
Ok,
distanza meno 3,3,
ok,
campo visivo 50,
ok, 50.
inclinazione 0.
E che monitor hai?
32 pollici. Cosa vuoi sapere? La risoluzione
No,
è Full
32
HD.
pollici normale. E quanto sei vicino al tuo monitor?
Non sono proprio vicino, sarò 1,5 metri.
Ok. Riesci ad abbassare il FOV a qualcosa tipo 45, 44, 42?
Quindi si avvicina tutto.
Sì, si avvicina tutto.
Ok, 45 ho messo.
Ok, metti 45, non esageriamo.
Ok.
Riesci a vedere dallo schermo la strada o è troppo stretto?
No, allora, chiaro che la parte interna, adesso sono sull'ultima curva che
Sì,
gira a
sì,
destra,
sì.
la parte interna chiaramente la vedo molto bene, la parte di sinistra...
Vedi tutta la parte del, diciamo, del...
il cordolo di destra?
no, quello che voglio capire io, quanto del telaio della macchina vedi
no,
nella parte
pochissimo.
sinistra?
Vedo diciamo, la bombatura dove ci sono i fanali, per intenderci.
Ok, e dopo vedi il roll bar, il montante o niente?
No, vedo l'angolo del vetro e un pezzettino
Ok.
del montante,
Va
appena
bene,
appena l'angolo
va
vedo.
bene. Proviamo a guidare un po' così, vediamo cosa succede.
Allora, salvo. Esco, guida.
So I believe that one of the issues, obviously we have issues with some driving lines, but I also believe that some of the issues is that Simone has is far too away from the monitor and has issues to understand where the robot goes. So let's see if we can help him a little bit by changing slightly the field of view of the visuals. Allora, ricordati qui, quarta, ma entra molto prima, non violento, smooth, ma entra prima, ancora più prima, bravo, stai lì, ma ancora prima in entrata, entra prima, ancora di più, dobbiamo mettere
ma prima di frenare, perché il problema è che se io freno la macchina non mi segue.
Vedrai, beh, bravo, così devi tagliare. Bravo, così. Guarda come prendi bene gli apici, Guarda che non hai perso quasi neanche uno. Oh. Vai. E le gomme sono ancora fredde. Oh. Nice. Bravo. Bravo, sei rimasto vicino al cordolo. Bravo. Vedi che hai ancora spazio di frenare qua?
Sì.
Va bene, ricordati, quarta e fai come se fosse una curva molto ampia, perciò entra prima, no? Quarta, entra. Bravo, così. Stai lì, bravo. Vai. Bene, va bene. Ancora di più. Entra. Vai, gas. Bravo, vedi come va giù adesso il delta. Di nuovo qui, entra dentro. Entra, vai, gas. Bravo. Un po' prima, vedi che sei rimasto leggermente largo? Bene. Oh, ma guarda che stai beccando quasi tutti gli apici delle curve adesso, No, ma davvero?
Vedi. Sì, lo vedo.
Ok. Questo è normale perché giustamente ancora stai cercando di capire dove sta la macchina. Perciò è normale che vai leggermente fuori.
Poi è chiaro che più il giro è lento e più è facile per me prendere bene tutti gli apici.
Che giri fai normalmente qua?
Ma qui 1,25 in gara e anche in qualifica, perché io purtroppo quando sono nelle gare non riesco mai a
ti rendi conto che il tuo giro precedente era 1,25,8?
Sì.
E sei con 62 litri di carburante, immagino, o qualcosa del genere?
Una quarantina.
Una quarantina. Su temperature, vediamo, 38 gradi di asfalto. Insomma, a quello che è la tua performance normalmente male non stai andando. Ok, cerchiamo di fare un giro, un paio di giri dove becchiamo gli apici, ok? Facciamo scorrere la macchina e tagliamo molto nelle 2-3 curve importanti. Non andare troppo sull'esterno qui, sulla T1. Non stare estremamente sull'esterno. Ok? Qui, bravo, stai così. Ecco, ottimo. Bene. Non frenare tardissimo. Bravo. Frena tardi invece qui, ma vai verso la curva un po' prima. Tardi. Bravo. Bravo. Ok, un po' più verso la curva. quarta marcia e lasciala scorrere, semplicemente guidala e stai vicino al cordolo, non prendere il cordolo. Lì, bravo, vai. Taglia tantissimo e prima. Di più, devi tagliare molto di più. Anche qui, uguale, taglia di più. Taglia, dentro, bravo, così, bravo. Guarda che devi fare molto poco sterzo per tagliare. Perso l'apice di nuovo.
Il problema è che se freno troppo tardi la macchina non mi segue, quindi
Ti segue,
sempre
per quello che abbiamo, non ti preoccupare, ti segue perché per quello che abbiamo messo più indietro il brake balance e abbiamo abbassato il differenziale, il precarico. Troppo sterzo qua. Lo so che ti viene da pensare che la macchina non sterza, ma troppo sterzo porta ad ancora più sottosterzo. Tardi, ma prima dentro la curva. Ricordati, quarta marcia, stai solo vicino al cordolo. Vedi come taglia la macchina? Dai, vicino al cordolo, taglia tutto dentro. Frena dentro. Così, bravo. Di nuovo, frena e tutto dentro. Dentro. Bravo, così. Bene. Troppo sterzo. Cerca di usare leggermente meno sterzo, tipo 5 gradi meno. Bene. Lì, stai lì vicino. Vedi che hai dato gas. Non frenare tardi. Bravo. Frena tardi. Ricordo di qui quarta.
Che non è un circuito facile.
No, anzi, uno dei più tecnici. Bravo, stai lì. Taglia tantissimo. Quando sei sul cordolo interno, gas subito. No, vedi? Sei largo. Taglia tantissimo. E prima frena e taglia. Gas. Vedi, prima il gas. Sostanzialmente quello che vuoi fare alla macchina, che tu tagli, vai sul gas interno, cioè vai, scusami, sul cordolo interno. Nel momento che tocchi il cordolo interno, devi andare sul gas. Quello ti aiuterà a ruotare la macchina e ad uscire giusto. Bene. Un po' meno sterzo, Bravo, vedi? Bravo. Frena prima. Non andare sul gas. Frena tardi. E vai dentro la curva. Meno sterzo. Vedi, quando ti scivola davanti comincia a lavorare con lo sterzo per capire dove sta il limite, perché dai troppo sterzo. Quarta marcia. Bravo, così. Taglia tantissimo, è molto prima. Vai, dentro, troppo tardi. Vai, gas.
che io non sto mai neanche troppo vicino qua perché quando prendi i cordoli la macchina si...
E invece adesso stai molto più vicino di prima.
No, vedi che
Vedi
spesso
che
li prendo.
lo tocchi, ma lì va bene toccare questo. Bravo, gioca col volante, non stare lì ad aspettare. Vedi che stai lì col volante stressato e aspetti. Gioca col volante per vedere, ok, dove sta il limite? Ne ho ancora un po' o ne ho meno? Stessa cosa qui, taglia dentro. Dentro. Vedi? Vedi quanto grip c'è per andare dentro? Qui, ottima occasione, lavora col volante, lavora. Vedi, non devi aspettare che la macchina faccia le sue cose. Taglia subito. E ne hai ancora molto di più. Taglia subito. Ascolta, facciamo un patto. Continua a guidare. Non voglio che tu fai adesso... Continua, vai avanti. Non voglio che tu fai adesso il miglior tempo della tua vita, perché non è quello che ci interessa fare qui. Voglio che tu provi cose nuove. Se spini, fa niente. Se non spini, meglio ancora. Ma devi provare cose nuove. Perciò quando io ti dico taglia prima, tu devi tagliare molto prima, anche a rischio di finire fuori strada. Ok? Se fai le stesse cose che fai sempre, chiaramente non sappiamo se le cose che vogliamo provare funzionano oppure no. Perciò, anche se sbagli, chi se ne frega? Ok? Il discorso della pratica è proprio quello, provare cose nuove. Se noi facciamo sempre le stesse cose, è chiaro che, alla fine facciamo sempre le stesse cose. Perciò, dopo
sì,
questa...
arriva un punto
esatto,
in cui non si
dopo, capito, arrivi al plateau e basta, fine.
Esatto.
Qui sai cosa devi fare, quarta, eccetera, ma su quella dopo voglio che tu entri, cioè freni, tocchi il freno e vai dentro. Vediamo che succede. Oh, miracolo. Hai visto dove sei finito? Questa è la traiettoria. Di nuovo, fallo ancora. E questa è la traiettoria. E guarda che praticamente hai corretto col volante perché avevi paura di finire troppo dentro, ma non era vero. Potevi rimanere sullo stesso angolo di volante. Questa va benissimo, questa non ti dico niente perché la fai bene. Questa lavora col volante per trovare il limite, lavora. Perciò vai, lavora, bravo, vedi quando lavori come la macchina sta lì. Frena prima questa, non esagerare perché è bastarda. E su questa frena e taglia prima. Guarda cosa succede, vediamo. Lavora, bravo. Stessa cosa, quarta marcia e lavora col volante per tenerla lì al limite. E dopo, nel momento che freni, tagli subito. Freni, tagli sul cordolo gas, subito. Non aver paura, taglia! Taglia, ti vedo che hai paura.
Mi fa meno paura questa.
Bravo, vai là sopra, bravo. Hai capito? Cioè, devi convincere te stesso che non tutti i giri sono giri da pole position. Devi dire, ok, questo giro devo solo provare delle cose. Vedere, funzionano? No, ci riprovo con il prossimo. Ma se non provi cose nuove, no? È chiaro che rimarrai sempre a fare le stesse identiche cose giro dopo giro e non capire dove gli altri trovano tempo. Lavora col volante, lavora. Lavora. Bravo, lavora col volante. Trova extra grip. Vedi? Ricordati su quella dopo. Freni e tagli subito. Non stare lì a dire, ah no, magari meno. No, no. Gira il volante. Vediamo dove finisci. Gira il volante. Frena e gira. Lì, bravo. Questa è la traiettoria. Di nuovo qua, di nuovo. Questa è la traiettoria. E devi andare sul gas quando sei sopra il cordolo, non dopo. Non dopo che sei sceso dal cordolo. Subito sul gas. Nel momento che tocchi il cordolo, devi stare sul gas. Hai visto quanto spazio c'è all'interno di quelle curve? Molto bene qua, bravo. Ok, prossima curva, lavora col volante, lavora. Vedi, sei entrato troppo presto e non lavori col volante. Di nuovo, perché non lavori col volante? Bravo, beh, vedi quando fai così come la macchina trova extra grip?
E si sente anche che...
E si sente
ti
che il
segue.
volante cambia. Ma invece se tu sterzi a un determinato grado e aspetti, non cambia nulla. Frena e taglia subito dentro. Gas. Troppo lento sul gas. Di nuovo, frena, taglia sul cordolo, gas, subito. Dentro, gas. Vedi? Non hai tagliato, non hai tagliato. Non hai tagliato e stavi aspettando col volante. Ti faccio vedere un giro, se hai voglia.
Sì. Quindi vado su YouTube.
O stai qui, come ti pare.
Ah, ok.
Allora, aggressive qua. E andiamo. E non farò un giro veloce, facile, che andrò anche a girarmi, ma quello che ti voglio far vedere è... Questo è un giro di pratica, perciò voglio provare delle cose, ok? Quando fai pratica, devi provare cose per vedere cosa succede, ok? Perciò, vado qui nel tornantino. Prima marcia, come fai anche tu, ok? Vedi il volante che lo muovo? Non sto lì ad aspettare. Di nuovo qui, freno. Di nuovo qua. Come fredda ancora. E trovo extra grip dove posso. Se sto lì ad aspettare la macchina, e la macchina non farà granché. Ops, sbagliato. Ma ripresa in qualche modo. Guarda adesso. Vedi? Capito?
Sì.
Ovviamente non
E
fare
queste
tutto il resto,
sono cose che
possibilmente.
non mi vengono in automatico, queste.
Ma infatti non ti verranno mai in automatico, ok? Perché neanche a me vengono in automatico. Ma se non fai la pratica, non riuscirai neanche a capire che ok, ci devo lavorare, che così magari dopo una settimana, 2 settimane, un mese, magari cominciano ad arrivarmi in automatico. Capito? In fase di pratica tu devi provare nuove cose. Non ti puoi fermare a dire vabbè, faccio le stesse cose semplicemente leggermente meglio, perché non sei ancora a quel livello lì di super alieno che fa veramente un giro dopo l'altro uguale.
Ma infatti io per fare i giri uguali devo andare alla mia, diciamo, alle mie capacità.
Certo, ma quello va benissimo, però devi provare anche cose nuove. Vedi, sono andato largo, l'ho ripresa. Vediamo se riesco a farti vedere la prossima curva. Vedi come sono subitissimo sull'acceleratore? Vedi?
Io qua mi sa che sbagliavo perché io frenavo e giravo. Invece devo prima frenare e dopo girare.
Eh sì, lasciala scorrere. Queste sono curve molto più veloci di quello che credi, perché tu cosa fai? Vai dritto e poi sterzi, ok? Ma in realtà le curve queste qui sono molto più veloci. Perciò devi lasciarla scorrere e entrare dentro più morbido e fare una curva più larga. La cosa che puoi fare per controllare cosa sta facendo, ok, è ti fermi, d'accordo? Vai su replay del tuo giro, vai dall'alto, perciò F3 e vai, se la mia tastiera si sveglia, vai dall'alto, ok? Oppure con F7 puoi andare anche così, completamente dall'alto, ok? E vedi cosa stai facendo. Allora, adesso ti faccio vedere, questo era un giro penso decente su quelle curve lì famose e voglio farti vedere le traiettorie che ho seguito io. Cioè, questa è sbagliata, va bene, lasciamo perdere, ma andiamo un attimino avanti, anche questa non ci interessa, questo ci interessa. Allora, vediamo un po'. Guarda dove sto, ok? Comincio a entrare, guarda. Taglio.
È già frenato, stai frenando?
No, no, avevo finito di frenare, anzi, te lo faccio vedere subito qua. Guarda. Molto prima. Guarda, frena, rilascio il freno e comincio a entrare, vedi? E poi subito sull'acceleratore. Andiamo a vedere te, invece. Andiamo questa magari. Di nuovo andiamo su. Ups. Oh, piano. Ok. Andiamo a vedere dove che siamo. Ecco qui. Guarda tu che traiettoria stai facendo qua. Scusami. Guarda adesso, stai andando dritto, vedrai che vai dritto e dopo tagli. Cioè, questa curva qui la fai a 90 gradi, ma non devi. E questo era uno di buoni... Ah, no, questo era uno dei buoni giri che avevi tagliato. Aspetta che troviamo uno che non tagliavi. Perciò andiamo qua. Non penso sia questo.
E questa era quella più bella, diciamo.
Sì, esatto. Voglio trovare uno di quelli classici dove purtroppo non tagliavi. Perché si vedrà come vai dritto e dopo entri in curva. Vedi, qui dovevi già entrare, invece tu vai largo e appena tocchi cordolo. E già questa era decente, diciamo, no? Vedi come stai facendo una traiettoria molto più stretta, molto più angolare. Capito? Devi riuscire a fare la traiettoria molto più morbida. La stessa cosa succede anche qui, anche se era leggermente meglio. Andiamo. Ecco, questo era meglio, ma c'è ancora spazio. E per farti capire quanto spazio c'è, voglio arrivare qua. Ok. Adesso vale la pena andare a vedere cosa succede sul circuito. Ad esempio, c'è un sacco di gente che non taglia qui perché dice qui c'è l'erba, ma invece se tu vai con la macchina sopra vedrai che qui è molto morbido. Quando fai la pratica vale la pena andare piano con la macchina a vedere, si sbilancia, cosa fanno gli altri, fa vedere qualche video, no? E se vedi che gli altri, come ho fatto io qua, ok, entrano proprio, dove che siamo? Aspetta che non lo so. Qui. Ops. Entrano proprio dentro e vuol dire che devi provare la stessa cosa. Vedi? Guarda dove sto. Se lo fanno tutti, vuol dire che devi provare a farlo anche tu. Ok. Perciò, cosa secondo me potresti fare meglio? Uno, hai già visto che rilassando l'acceleratore la macchina non si gira. Due, è meglio avere una macchina che controlli meglio, anche se gli altri ti dicono ma se metti traction control a 4 perdi tempo. Ho capito, ma tanto lo perdi perché cerchi di controllare la macchina, no?
Certo.
Ecco. 3, guarda i video degli altri anche da diverse telecamere e cerca di provare nuove traiettorie anche se ti sembra che ma se provo questo mi giro. E beh, è pratica, fa nulla, girati, finissi fuori, chi se ne frega. La cosa bellissima del sim racing è che ne abbiamo un'infinità di macchine a nostra disposizione, non le dobbiamo pagare, capito? Perciò, te ne vuoi girare? Girati, chi se ne frega. Ok?
Ok.
Perciò ti lascio fare se vuoi, puoi stare
Sì.
qui se vuoi o ne possiamo parlare dopo o quello che vuoi tu, vado a vedere qualcun altro e poi magari rivediamo quello che succede.
Va bene.
Ok?
Va bene.
Perfetto.
Ok.
Grazie mille Simone,
Grazie a te, Aris.
grazie mille davvero per
Grazie.
la pazienza a sentire uno che ti parla mentre guidi.
Ma figurati.
Porca miseria, lo so
Magari.
che è brutta.
Magari avere qualcuno che ti spiega tutte queste cose.
Per quello lo facciamo allora, dai.
Grazie mille.
Vediamo se fra poco, magari se sarai ancora qui, se riesci a migliorare.
Ok, ok, grazie.
Ok, a dopo allora.
Ciao.
Ciao ciao. Alright guys, back in English to explain to you a couple of things we were saying with Simone. So, the first thing we tried to understand with Simone was the fact that, as usual, as with Bruno as well, the car doesn't want to kill you. If you release all the pedals, the car doesn't want to kill you. It will stay stable. And that it didn't have the same exact problems as Bruno, but it had some of the aspects of, okay, let me go back to the accelerator as soon as possible because otherwise the car will probably kill me. So we solved that. He understood that, okay, I can release the pedals, no problems. The second thing we did was his worry was that going hard into the accelerator, the car would snap into him. Now, if you ask everybody, they will tell you, yes, use traction control 2, use traction control 1, or use traction control 9, whatever, with that car because the aliens do so. And my advice is, those are bullshits, you know? If you are not at the level of the alien, then why are you trying to catch the last tenths of a second? The first thing to do is make yourself confident, have a car that is stable for you, it doesn't want to bite you back, and concentrate on the lines, on the racing lines, on the balance of the car. And once you have this mastered, then go and maybe start to ask from the setup or from the electronics the last possible tenths of a second. Because switching from traction control 4 to 5 to traction control 2 to 1, if you are not an alien, not only it won't give you the tenth of a second, but it will probably make you even slower. So what we did was we put the traction control back to 4 so that Simone could step on the accelerator without worrying that the guy is going to to snap and bite him back. That means that you can forget about the car bad behaving. You can just step on the accelerator at the correct moment and the car will help you. The third thing that we tried to fix to Simone was that Simone was doing two errors. One was the lines. Not in all the turns, some turns were fine, but on some other turns it had some bad lines, was missing the apex and so on. I got the suspicion that his visibility of the track was bad because he was constantly missing some apex and he couldn't hit the apex. Fixing a little bit, just by 5 degrees, the field of view seemed to improve his placement on the track, although we will have to see if this helps him later on. It's not going to be instant, but seemed to help him improve. But the most important fact is that Simone was doing the same lines lap after lap after lap after lap. Now this is one very important thing, that I also do mistakes on the same thing often, and I've seen many sim racers doing the same mistake. So we do not try different things. If you want to go fast, you need to try different things. You need to make some laps and think about yourself, you know what, I'm going to crash now and see what happens. So I'm going to take a completely different line, try something different, brake sooner, brake later, turn sooner, turn later, and see if I crash. Simone was constantly, complaining that I was telling him, brake there and turn instantly to the turn and go over the curb. And Simone was like, no, I'm not doing that because the car is I'm going to lose control and the car is going to spin, right? So my advice is, so what? The car is going to spin. It's not a real car, fortunately, We are in sim racing, so if the car wants to spin, try it. But if it doesn't, then you have learned something new. Or even if you have catched the spin, you have learned something new, and that might help you. So when you are practicing, guys, try new things. Try things and go there and say, I'm gonna crash. I'm gonna try and crash and see. So I'm gonna try to do something that the other guys are doing and see if I'm going to crash. Crash once, twice, thrice. And then, decide that's not for me, I won't do it, or, I can handle that. Let's try some more, practice. Sorry, and make it perfect. But if you're doing constantly the same thing, lap after lap after lap, you'll never improve on that. You'll keep staying into your comfort zone, and you're never gonna improve. And finally, the last thing that I told him to improve was when he was doing a mistake. So for example, he arrived at the corner a little bit too fast, for example, maybe, and the car was understeering. He would just turn the steering wheel, okay, like 90 degrees, and wait. Through the whole turn, he was waiting with the steering wheel turned at 90 degrees, just waiting. So I advise him to start working with the steering wheel. Small movements to the left and to the right, like 5 degrees, 10 degrees, more or less. Not, massive movements, but you are like that, okay? You are like 90 degrees. You don't have to do this, but you need to work. You need to do this. And while you're doing this, you are going to see your car reacting, and you're going also to feel the steering wheel from the force feedback reacting, becoming heavier, which means you are finding grip somewhere else from where automatically put your hands. So when the car doesn't go where exactly you want, you need to work with the car. You are controlling the car, not the car controlling you. So you need to work and find that extra little grip, or move the grip from the rear to the front, or from the front to the rear, in order to make the car, to convince the car to go where you want. So use a setup that you are comfortable with. Don't go, for the exaggerated setups. Try different things, absolutely, and work with the car, work with the steering wheel. Convince the car to go where you want. Don't just stay there and wait for whatever is going to happen. All right, so let's see what else we have in program. Okay, Ollo question. So Ollo is another user we have picked randomly. He will not join us live, but he has let us some questions and a video of him. So we're going to watch this and see if we can help him to improve. So let me switch to where are we? Desktop with webcam, like that, right? Let's put this in full screen, I think. Oops, like that. Yes. Okay. You love the Banta t-shirt. Look at this. Tofu. Tofu. All right. And we're going to have a look at Ollo and see his lap time, and then we're going to talk with Bruno as well. Okay? Jarl 11 Simracing ci siamo visti a Nurbs a settembre, davvero? Non mi ricordo il nome. Magari se mi spieghi un po' mi ricordo. Ok, so let's have a look at Ollo's lap time. He's lapping, what is this? Spa. Alright. With the M4. Let's go. Aha, understeer here. Missed the apex. And let's see also his questions, because I believe he also had some questions. Okay, so he wants to improve and understand where he can improve. That was a very nice Orus. Go up to Radion and see the rest of the lap. Nice, over here. A little bit too much steering input on some occasion. Let's see also the pedals. Aha! You see the usual error of, let me show you once more here, and possibly in slow motion. So playback speed. This is something you can do also with lap time, with video laps from you know, aliens. You can take it to YouTube in slow motion and have a go and see what's going on. So for example, look at the pedals. He will release the brake and instantly go into the accelerator. Look at that. Okay. The capture on the canvas. Right. So let me see if I can improve on that and move it like this. Sorry about that, but you know, we are a little bit limited here, and that's the best we can do, I believe. Not much more than that. Okay, I hope you can see. So you can see the pedals here, and look how he will release the brake pedal and instantly go to the accelerator to stabilize the car. You don't need to stabilize the car. Okay, you don't need to stabilize the car. Look at this. Releasing the brake pedal and accelerator. Why? Over here you don't need the accelerator. So two things are happening. Either you are having a fear that the car will rotate over you, which I don't think this is the case here, or you are giving extra accelerator because the front end turned so much that you need to go into some understeer in order to make the turn, you know? So if you do that, analyze your lap, your replay, okay, with the pedals and see, okay, here I'm actually have to go to the accelerator because I arrived too slow. Next lap, brake 1 meter later and bring even more speed into the turn and release completely the brake pedal and just let the car go without any pedals here. Okay? Ah, sì, la Chia, ho capito adesso, ciao! Ho capito chi sei, sì, la Mini Cooper grigia. So, he can bring more speed into the turn. So this is the problem here. He can bring more speed. He brakes a little bit too early, and he releases the brakes, and then he goes into the accelerator. This is wrong. You're losing time, and you are also making the car create understeer. In fact, you can see his steering wheel input, that is way too much. It's over 90 degrees. You don't need that much here. Okay? So let's move forward. And then he goes again on the brake. Why he goes there on the brake? Because he has provoked understeer here. And because he sees the understeer, he goes into the brake again to try to rotate the car. But the error is already done by the accelerator. Simply release the pedals, stay with a little bit less steering wheel, and you'll see that you are going to have plenty of lateral grip over here. So analyze your lap and try to not do the same error next time. You see, now you have tones of understeer and you are steering way too much. Second error, you are steering more and more and more. When you have so much understeer, steering more is not going to save you. This is where you have to work with the steering wheel. So you get the steering wheel, you have understeer, you steer more. fine, but then you stay there. No, that's not fine anymore. You have to work. Not big movements, small movements, 5-10 degrees extra and less. Work with the steering wheel. This will help you understand where the maximum lateral grip of the front tires are. So look at this. He's keep on steering and steering and steering 180 degrees of steering input. Your tires now, the front tires are scrubbing so much, and you are going even on the accelerator, so more and more and more understeer, because you know you are ending the turn, and you are now he's trying to rotate the car on the gas. So it's, you see, it's one error brings another error brings another error. So it goes in, releases the brakes, goes instantly into the accelerator, provokes understeer, steers even more, it touches the brakes, provokes even more understeer, goes hard into the accelerator trying to rotate the car and steers 180 degrees, even more understeer. And you know what is going to happen at the exit? At the exit, it's going to have snap oversteer, because at some point he will start power drifting. He will go less with the steering wheel, and by going less with the steering wheel, at some point the front end will catch lateral grip, because he's going to give less steering wheel, so less slip angle. And at that point, with all the lateral grip at the front, the rear end is spinning and you're going to have the snap oversteer. So let's have a look. And you see, he has to correct very fast because he was going into snap oversteer. Alright, so let's move ahead into the turn. A little bit of extra gas again. Don't do that. This is an error. You see, it's something that sim racers are doing constantly. Again, you see here, he will do it again, I'm pretty sure. Okay, that was good. Okay, fine. See, next one. Let me catch this again. I've lost concentration. So here he goes down one gear, I believe, and then stays on the throttle and goes up 1 gear again, and then goes a little bit to the accelerator. So those tentative throttle inputs means that he's afraid that the car is going to over-rotate. The car won't over-rotate. So in order to improve, you need to learn to not go into give those tentative throttle inputs and bring a little extra speed into the turn before that. Okay? Because if you're going tentative over there, it means that you have too much grip and you want to countermeasure that. You feel you are slow and you go into the accelerator trying to stabilize the car and get back into speed. If you feel that the car is going to, move out, instead of going tentative on the accelerator, like brum, 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 like that, give it a 5% accelerator and stay there. Stay on the accelerator. Don't telegraph. Or, if you really need to telegraph, also works, do it consistently, telegraph a lot. Not give a tentative and then wait. No, just telegraph and then go. But the best thing yet is go to 5% or 10% of accelerator and stay there, so that you keep the car with momentum, you gain speed, but you're not overdoing it to go into oversteer or understeer. Okay? So here he's going up to third gear. Up to fourth gear. So he's having third gear here. You see? And now he's going into fourth gear. I'm not so sure it pays to go into fourth gear here. I believe you can probably stay on third and not, upshift and then downshift again. I will have to try, I don't remember the BMW exactly over here, or you can watch a lap from Niels, for example, who is a the best BMW driver probably, and you can see what he's doing. Keep in mind, obviously, he's exiting the turns even faster than you, so you need to keep that into account. But if you see that he's not going up, shifting in fourth gears, then you shouldn't do it yourself either, because you are going to be even slower. So just stay on the limiter, whatever. Okay, down and down again in second. You see, you have to be more precise into the racing line. You went too much over the curb, and unfortunately the car goes, it gets unbalanced. So I'm not saying I'm not doing the same mistake, but it is a mistake. That's okay, you managed to make this flat out with a nice short shift. Miss the apex a little bit, fine. Now obviously when you're missing the apex, it means you have to turn more. Turning more means more scrub. More scrub means you lose acceleration, or you even go slightly, you're gonna even slightly miss some speed, so you go down by 1.5 kilometers per hour. So it's fine, you did the turn, whatever. We're not talking about gaining tenth, or not even tenths, but thousandths of a second. But if you can do a better line and not scrub the wheel so much, then much better. Don't do it. Okay, that's good. Now, what I want you to try, that was a good enough chicane. What I want you to try is, on the second part of the chicane, I want you to try that thing that we said before. Stay constant on the accelerator with a very slight accelerator. Don't, be tentative. Just turn in, then switch to the left side, and when you go to the left side, stay constant on the accelerator with a slight accelerator pedal, like 5%, something like that, and see if that improves your delta and you can make the turn faster, because you are using more speed inside from before the turn, from before the apex. So if you go too hard on the accelerator, that will bring understeer or oversteer. You don't want to do that. What you want to do is, before arriving at the left hand apex, constant accelerator at 5-10%, just to keep your speed almost identical, or even going slightly up. Try this. If you do it properly, you're going to see some massive improvements in the delta, and that will be the indicator that, okay, you're doing it correctly. It's a much more technical chicane than what it seems. So that was it, the lap from Ollo, and as I said, we still have the tentative accelerator inputs. We still have too much steering wheel inputs and not enough discovery of the grip. We just go at a couple of turns, we just went 180 degrees just to improve the understeer. So don't do that. Instead, try to discover where the grip is. Okay, so move the steering wheel around instead of going 180 degrees. You won't find extra grip at 180 degrees. Just stay there and try to discover where the grip is. And check a couple of turns if you need to upshift or not. So check a couple of faster lap times. And try to, this is the case now on the level that you are, try to bring more speed or maintain more speed from the moment you release the brake pedal to the moment you go full acceleration. In that period where you're transiting the car from the entry to the apex to the accelerator, so you have the entry, okay, you have the entry here, you have entry, apex, exit, okay, and you have the exit. So in the middle of that, right in the middle of that, okay, this is where you have to try to bring more speed, both by entering a little bit faster but without touching too much the pedals and having the correct amount of steering. Don't overdo it because you're gonna end, wide. And both by giving a hint of accelerator, steady accelerator, to maintain the speed during this transition. We're talking about 5 meters of distance, but it makes a big difference to stay 1-2 kilometers more into that window instead of 1-2 kilometers slower. This is where I believe you're gonna start seeing improvements right now. Okay. All right. Let's see. There was also a couple of other questions. He says he uses a Thrustmaster TMX and standard pedals, all plastic. Yeah. How much he can improve if he's gonna get better pedals? Well, from the get-go, you're gonna go slower because the better pedals will ask more force from your feet and less movement, because the consumer pedals are very soft and they have also a big range of movement. So instantly get-go, you're gonna be like, oh my god, what am I doing? I don't understand. It will pay a lot to start practicing coasting with the new pedals. That would also help you understand, okay, how can I bring more speed without messing up with the pedals? Okay. But after a while, it will greatly improve your precision with the pedals, which is what you're going to need where you are trying to, trail brake with more precision or give that slight acceleration in the middle of the curve of the turn with more precision. So definitely after a while, the better pedals will help you, but not instantly. Last advice about the pedals: do not overdo it with the brake pedal stiffness, because I don't know you, but usually sim racers, we are not as well trained as real drivers that have to press 100 kilos brake pressure. So we are not very well trained, and we are not doing massages after each session as the real drivers do, which means inflammations are going to happen. Ask me how I know. And it's going to be bad at the very long term for your tendons health. So, and by long term I mean after 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So it's not something that you're gonna instantly understand that, oh, it's nothing, but then with time you're gonna have issues. So don't go crazy with the stiffness of the brake pedal because, oh my god, this is so great, so realistic, I have to make it very, very stiff. Take it easier. Be careful. Last questions. He's very passionate about mechanics. I've already read some books. Do you have any books to recommend on dynamics without formulas? I don't know on the fly what to tell you. You know what? I'm actually going to advise you. Not sure if I can find him. Let me check. But either you buy the books or you buy the tutorial. So let me Samir, racing training. Let me check. You're this one. So have a look at this. So this guy I had the great pleasure to meet. This guy here, Samir Abid, UK, Warwick. He's an engineer. He's doing some amazing podcasts and amazing courses. The price is not that high. He has great courses here for actual real racing. So tires, real racing, track drivers, data, and so on. But I believe that if you start working, and he's also very approachable, so you can ask him, I want to do that, and I want to improve, and I like to learn about vehicle balance or tires, but in a simulation environment. So where can I start? I believe he will be more than happy to actually give you advice or tell you which courses you can follow. and I believe that his courses are really well made. It's all online, and it also has some very nice spreadsheets that you get, when you do the courses. Or he can give you some very specific books as well. Another books that I might be able to give you as advice. Do I have it here? I don't remember. Let me check. Let me check. Maybe not here. Where is it? It's not here, and I don't remember where it is. But actually, that's not correct. If you go into our Discord channel, okay, and ask the bot, you know that you can go into the bot and ask things. I believe if you ask the bot books, it will give you a very nice list. Yeah, here it is. Want to learn? You see, books? Question mark. And this is the link. We found the link. So let me show you. This is the link. Build your own race car. It has a fantastic list of books. Some, with formulas, some without. So here's where you can find an amazing amount of books. So car design, race car suction board, whatever. Car basic. Look at this. Getting started, for example. Very nice tips, and then you have the books, of course. So car basic tips. No, this is tips again. Websites. There is everything you need into those websites. I highly recommend them. For Fabio that asking where is Mini Aris, here it is. Hello, how you doing, guys? Yeah. So those are the questions for Ollo. Hey, Ollo, glad to see you here in the chat. I hope that helped you. If you have any questions, let me know on the fly, and we can try to improve. And let's, if not, we will go to the next one. Let me see also, because Andimon is asking for something. I know also to sign to a new server. Which one is that? This one. Oh my god, so many servers. Okay, so let me sign again. Andrea Fulan, call a McLaren as well. So yeah, whatever number, I don't care. All right, and we're signed in to this as well. All right, so next one should be, I believe, who's the next one? I have no idea. I've lost count. Maybe we should have a look and see how Bruno is doing. So let's see how Bruno is doing. Then let me make a very small, 2 minutes pause for bathroom, and then we see who's the next one. So Bruno, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm already in 56.1.
56.1.
Yes.
So you're improving.
A lot.
That's fantastic. That's amazing news. That's fantastic. I'm really glad to hear that.
And I'm really glad I'm here learning a lot.
That is great. So if you want, register one of your best laps at some point as a replay, and then maybe we can have a look at that later today if you're still online, and see from that step where to, what's the next step to do.
I can do it.
Okay.
I can record it.
because honestly, I don't remember which is the server you're on. So let me see. Maybe I can find. No, this is it. I found it. So let me get back into the server and have a look and see how you're doing. Yes, I need to get in with the Ferrari here.
Green light, green.
All right. Okay, so here it is, Bruno. Oh, that's a nice line already. Ha! A little bit too happy here.
Yeah, cold tires.
Cold tires. All right. You are missing the. Why is that? Yes, I know why is that. That should fix it. Sorry, Bruno. It's not. It wasn't for you. It was the chat asking things.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Much nicer than before. Looking also pretty consistent in 56 now.
Oh. Yeah, sometimes the fifth gear comes.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, you already did a lot of improvement in one night. Think if you keep on doing what you're doing for a week, okay? So those things do not come automatically, instantly. You need some time.
Do you want Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Let me show you my best lap.
Yeah,
think
sure.
Can you? I'm gonna show through the Discord.
Through the Discord, okay.
Yes.
Let
I can share
let me check. So okay, I'm going into live, watch stream, and I need to get this
Just a minute. Which lap
out. Okay,
was?
and let people. I have to go to
It was
like that.
46.
Okay. Let's have a look. Like this. All right.
Which was this one? Yes, this one. Is everything okay? It's showing?
Yeah, I can see
Okay.
it. And I think people also can see it. So we're good.
It's this one.
Okay, let's have a look. Very good here. First turn was so-so. Okay, good here as well. Okay, not that bad. Nice, very good. You found the lateral grip there. That was good. Okay. Okay, you see here you had to lift the accelerator and then go back again. That is an error.
Yeah, I felt I could be a little
Yes,
bit more.
more precise with the accelerator. But I'll tell you what. Okay. Okay, we missed the apex here. Okay, so a little bit more precision pretty much everywhere, which means you need more laps. That's fine. Okay, here's my advice: keep on doing what you're doing. And we have two things that I believe that if you try to correct them, you're gonna gain like maybe half a second, 4/10, just by those two things. The first thing is the entry and line through the chicane. Okay, you are not cutting well enough the first part of the chicane, which then brings you very wide for the second part of the chicane. Okay, not the exit of the second part, the entry of the second part. So you need to cut the chicane with a more straight line. The best advice I can give you: have a look from above on where you are placing the car, and maybe check a replay from another guy on how they cut the chicane. You need to go from the left curb to the right curb in a straight line. Okay, you're not going straight line right now. You're going.
I'm turned too much, like to
Yes,
change the
you're
direction.
turning too much versus the left, and then obviously you have to overcorrect to the right. I want you that your line, okay, the placement of the car has to be almost finished when you are touching the left first curb. And then your steering wheel has to be almost straight to go to the second curb. This is where you have to stay careful. If you do that properly, then you can bring much more speed inside that chicane. Okay?
Okay.
So that alone, I believe it will give you easily 2 to 3 tenths of a second. Then there is 1.5 tenths of a second to gain, pretty much everywhere, and I want you to try to do this. If you see your replay that you just saw me, and also the lap that I saw before, pretty much everywhere, if you engage the HUD, so toggle HUD, okay, you will see that you go into the accelerator like, you're stepping into the accelerator like on off, bang, on off.
Yeah.
Look at this here as well. So plonk, and then again later on, and pretty much everywhere. So you're going on off. You see, bong, very aggressive.
Yeah, I'm saying.
So what I want you to try to do is, I want you to go into the accelerator just a hint before what you think it's the moment to go to the accelerator. So, for example, maybe you have a reference point on one turn to go into the accelerator instantly, okay? Do it only on one turn at a time. So try it on one turn at a time. I want you to go to the accelerator a slightly bit sooner, but very slightly bit, like 1 meter before, okay? But I want you to go gradually on the accelerator. So not instant, not like bang, but you have to be fast, so not slowly on the accelerator, but gradually. So instead of doing on-off, I want you to do, think as if the accelerator is into something sticky. So it goes like whoop. It takes like, 0.2 of a second to go from, or 0.3 of a second to go from 0 to 100%. I want you to go, like if your foot is sliding through the accelerator, not on off, but whoop, with a little bit of, extra smoothness, let's say, on the accelerator.
Okay.
That will help you. That will help you go to the accelerator a little bit sooner, one meter before or 2 meters before, and most importantly, it will not engage the traction control as fast as it does right now. That will give you a very small amount of extra push forward, and that makes, thousandths of a second through every exit, and that in the end of the lap it will give you 1 to 2/10 of a second through the whole lap. Okay, and it's relatively easy. Just convince yourself, instead of going, bang on the accelerator, go into the accelerator like you don't want to break it. Okay, try that.
I'm gonna try it.
All right, cool. Okay, I will exit our call now, and maybe we can talk again later, but I have to also talk with other people as well.
No problem. I'm gonna be here training.
Okay,
this
cool.
New objective.
Very good. Okay, guys. So I will let you have a look at Bruno while he's driving and see if he's improving. I will go and take a small bathroom break, and I'll be back in like 1, 2, 5, 10 minutes, half an hour. I don't know. No, it's gonna be very fast. See you in a minute, guys. do. Alright, so Minime is here, so let's have a look. Okay, so let's exit the oh, by the way, he's already doing great laps here. But we will leave the server now, and we're going to find the next driver, which I believe is Andrea Furlan. I think I know the guy. So let's go there.
On his way.
Hello, guys.
Oh, there he is there.
Hello,
Speaking of
guys.
Neville.
How you doing?
Hey, Aris. Good evening, mate.
All
Hi
good?
Iris.
Ehi, ciao Andrea.
Ciao Aris, come stai?
Bene, bene. Te come stai?
Tutto a posto. Posso dire Kalinikta o è presto?
No, 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 Kalinichta va benissimo. Beh, allora, Kalinichta di solito lo diciamo quando uno se ne va, o va proprio a dormire, o se ne va proprio e saluta. Perciò a qualsiasi momento della serata si dice Kalispera, ci sarebbe
Ancora una Kalispera.
buona serata,
Ok.
e va bene. È come in italiano, buonanotte lo dici quando te ne vai, no?
Giustamente, è vero anche questo.
Esatto. Ok, che vogliamo fare, Andrea?
Provare a diventare un sim racer migliore, direi.
Ah, fantastico. Hai visto, è fantastico. Allora, vediamo se... Ma andiamo da qualche server, sì? Vediamo.
Io sono all'interno del server che è stato gentilmente
Allora, fammi trovare il
tirato su
server.
per me.
Andrea, eccolo qui. Ma si sta lanciando adesso. Però, sei già dentro tu?
Sì,
Ah, sì, sì, ok. Ok, perciò andiamo a vedere il tuo server. Che macchina stai utilizzando?
il McLaren 720.
McLaren, perfetto. So guys, we are switching in Italian so we can help Andrea, and as usual I will translate for you every once in a while so that you don't lose everything we say. McLaren. Oh, nice. Okay, let's go back in game into the server. Guys, if you like what you see, make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, also help Andimon, who is also making all the servers behind all of that. And if you want to participate, we still have space, and we're going to pick randomly more users for Tuesday, which is today, sorry, for Thursday in 2 days, and for Sunday again. So if you like to see, you know, description of the channel, you will find all the information. Go into the Discord channel then and do everything you need. Pasquale, welcome to the channel. Ok, Andrea, sto arrivando. Spa.
Ti vedo.
Arrivo. Allora, prima di cominciare, c'è qualcosa di specifico o semplicemente vuoi che guardiamo un po' i tuoi giri insieme e commentiamo mentre giri?
Allora, guardare i miei giri sicuramente non può farmi che bene perché mi rendo conto di essere un sim racing alle prime armi e quindi ho molto da migliorare su tantissime cose di cui magari non conosco neanche l'esistenza. La domanda che volevo farti più specifica è questa: quando ho capito di aver raggiunto il limite della macchina con un setup aggressivo? Perché come dicevo a Andy, scusami, postumi dell'influenza.
Figurati.
E io ho sempre corso con il setup aggressivo, non mi sono mai messo a toccare e fare quant'altro. Io ho sempre detto a mio fratello, che è il mio compagno di guida, quando a Spa col McLaren girerò in meno di 2,20, allora sarà il momento di toccare il setup. Però è una cosa che ovviamente
Sì.
mi sono inventato.
No,
Quindi ti
mi
chiedo io
mi sembra già abbastanza buona come tattica, diciamo. Sai mettere a posto le pressioni?
Sì, quello sì.
Ok, perfetto. Sai eventualmente come modificare il brake bias per cercare di tirare fuori ancora qualcosina dalla macchina?
No. questo
Allora vediamo come guidi e dopo vediamo, capito, prima ancora di cambiare l'aggressivo, se c'è ancora qualcosa da tirar fuori.
Ok, e preventivamente io mi ero già messo col setup aggressivo, vuoi che lo cambio?
No, vai.
Ok.
Quando sei pronto. Mentre tu fai il giro di riscaldamento e tutto, io ti seguo e comincio anche a spiegare alla gente in inglese cosa stiamo per fare.
Mhm.
So, Andrea is a new sim racer, and he's trying obviously to improve, and he's trying to get closer to 2 minutes and 20 seconds at Spa, and he is very well doing by sticking with the aggressive setup, and he said to himself and to his brother as well that after he will get maybe faster, or at the limit of 2 minutes and 20 at Spa, then maybe he will start playing with any other setup. I agree with this kind of strategy. So what we're going to do right now is have a look at his driving technique and racing lines and everything, see if we can improve the driving style if it's needed, and see what or actually explain to Andrea how to understand when his driving style and the setup is using has arrived to the limit and it is time to start adjusting something. Obviously, the first question we asked Andrea is if he knows how to deal with the pressures, which he said he doesn't have issues with that. He's okay. And now we're gonna check, his driving style and see what we can do. Guido. Keep on going. Vai avanti Andrea che io guardo. Andrea, sei col volante, vero?
Sono col volante, sì.
Ah, ok.
Sto guidando male?
No, è che stai facendo un movimento che è molto preciso, è sempre lo stesso, E per un attimo ho detto fammi controllare per essere sicuro al 100%. Allora, cominciamo già da qui. Per la maggior parte delle curve medio veloci, vedo che tu porti il volante a tipo 100-110 gradi, ok? E lo tieni lì fisso, tipo qua. Vedi, pop, e stai lì. E poi dall'altra parte,
Sì.
pop, vedi? Cioè, vai un po' oltre i 90 gradi, sostanzialmente, ok? Vorrei che tu provassi a fare questa cosa qui, indipendentemente se andiamo a finire dritti o no. Vorrei che tu, quando vedi che stai arrivando a 100 e passa gradi, cioè oltre i 90, torni subito dietro ai 90 e ci giochi attorno ai 90.
Ok.
Ok? Perciò prova anche qui, ad esempio. Ecco,
Qui.
vedi? Non serve. Cioè,
Qui no, ma la prossima sì.
esatto, alla prossima quando tu vai oltre i 90 torna subito dietro, non andare oltre, e gioca
Ok.
lì sui 90. Vedi quanto spazio lascia all'uscita? Sai perché? Perché hai più grip laterale. Guarda. Continuiamo a fare questo esercizio. Guido Fogg is doing an amazing job translating everything. Anche qui, di nuovo, stai attento quando superi i 90 gradi. Torna dietro. Senti le gomme che fanno, cioè per un attimo vanno e non fanno più questo rumore di grattare.
Provo
Prova.
a sentire di più.
Sì. Fai un po' attenzione alle gomme. Sai che quando le gomme cominciano a scivolare fanno questo rumore di scivolamento che grattano, no? Fanno quello molto evidente. Prova a sentire e vedrai che quando tu torni indietro dai 100 gradi e vai un po' meno di 90, smettono di farlo, ok? Perciò prova a vedere se riesci a capire questo suono, facendo sempre la stessa cosa che abbiamo detto.
Ok. Sì, lo sento.
Lo senti? Ok. Questo è il rumore delle
Adesso lo sto
gomme.
sentendo.
Bravo. Questo è il rumore delle gomme che fanno quando scivolano abbastanza tanto. Ok? La tua missione la tua missione è cercare di sentire questo suono a malapena. Cioè, quando diventa troppo forte, ok? Vuol dire che stai scivolando un po' troppo. Ok. Perciò cerca di sterzare il volante al punto che cominci a sentire questo suono. Bravo, prova, fai delle prove. Adesso magari hai anche damage, perciò hai dei danni, perciò forse ci conviene tornare dietro e ripartire, ma se vuoi provare va benissimo.
Ok, questo può essere un problema perché come ho sempre qui a Spa, ho sempre un problema con le pressioni davanti.
Sì. E sono sicuro che se tu insisti per un stint più lungo avrai anche pressioni di graining davanti.
Sì. È perché giro lo sterzo troppo?
Giri troppo, vai oltre il limite delle gomme, provochi un sottosterzo alla macchina e quello ti fa pensare che in realtà devi andare più piano perché non hai abbastanza grip. Ma in realtà cosa stai facendo? Stai provocando un sottosterzo finto alla macchina perché sterzi troppo col volante. Perciò il suono adesso e la regola del ok, ho sterzato troppo, devo tornare indietro, ti aiuterà a cercare di trovare dove sta il limite della gomma, ok? Perciò
capito.
il primo esercizio, diciamo, è quello di ok, non devo sterzare così tanto. Attenzione adesso, perché adesso arriva la seconda parte dell'esercizio. Adesso tu hai già due indizi. Uno, che quando superi i 90 gradi è già troppo per quasi la totalità delle curve. Chiaro che alla T1 devi andare oltre perché è un tornantino gli devi andare oltre, ma su tutte le altre curve che stai andando oltre i 90 gradi è veramente troppo. E questo è il primo indizio. Il secondo indizio è che senti le gomme che scivolano, ok? Adesso arriva il terzo indizio. Quando tu sterzi meno, vedrai che esci dalle curve anche stretto volendo, cioè puoi fare una traiettoria più chiusa. Te lo lascio fare così vediamo. Guarda come sta la macchina vicina e come hai capito, stai aprendo tu il volante per andare esterno, vedi? Perché c'hai ancora grip. Bene, adesso stai cominciando a fare anche la cosa più importante, cioè stai entrando in curva senza sterzare subito violentemente al massimo. Vedi che i tuoi movimenti sono più graduali mentre vai verso il grip. Vedi?
Sì.
Bene, quello che noi adesso vogliamo fare è: uno, convincerti che devi sterzare meno; due, convincerti che devi sterzare gradualmente, non subito all'istante, capito, a 120 gradi e dopo tornare dietro, ma possibilmente arrivare piano piano ai 90-95 gradi. Cioè piano piano si fa per dire, ovviamente. Vedi che, tra l'altro, che volante hai?
E ho un Cloud Sport, il 2.5.
Ma lo usi a meno gradi?
Sì, a 480. Ecco un'altra cosa che volevo domandarti, perché avevo letto che con il McLaren era meglio impostare 480 sia per la macchina che per il gioco.
Ma guarda, questa è una cosa che purtroppo sono forzati a fare quelli con le console più vecchie, perché purtroppo quando hanno fatto la conversione non l'hanno fatta bene. Sostanzialmente sul PC metti tutto a 900 gradi o a 1080 gradi sul volante e sul gioco e non hai problemi.
Ok.
Ma comunque anche quello che hai fatto non è un problema, perché immagino che quando tu hai il tuo volante fisico a 90 gradi lo vedi anche dentro il gioco a 90 gradi,
sì,
giusto?
Esattamente.
Perciò sostanzialmente sei nella stessa condizione anche con i gradi che ti dico, quello non è un problema. Quello che mi dà un po', che mi fa impressione, è che tu ogni volta che sterzi troppo arrivi tipo come se tu avessi uno stop meccanico a 110-120 gradi lì e ti fermi lì. Cioè, quello sembra
no,
che...
cioè, questo lo
vedi,
posso fare.
Vedi, sembra proprio che hai una memoria muscolare dove ti porta proprio a quel movimento e ti fermi lì automaticamente.
No, lo stop meccanico non ce l'ho. La memoria muscolare, quella forse sì, sbagliata,
Sì,
magari
sì.
non ce l'ho.
È impressionante come ti fermi proprio lì. Se poi vediamo un replay insieme, vedrai come ti fermi proprio lì. Tariq, thank you so much, buddy. Highly appreciated. Thank you so much for your support. Ehi Simone, sei riuscito a migliorare? Hai provato più che altro un po' di cose? Arrivo Andrea, vai. Simone, se ci senti ancora, facci sapere almeno in Discord se stai migliorando. E grazie per aver partecipato. Branch è difficile, però continua, non mollare. Bravo Andrea, bravo. Bravo, così, meno, bravo. Anche qui meno. È morbido. Troppo. Bravo. Well done, Bruno. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Bruno. Bravo, resta in quarta. Meno, bravo, c'è. Ok. Cosa fai con i pedali? Vedi che arrivi lì e ti fermi sostanzialmente, ok?
Sulla seconda chicane, cioè sulla seconda della chicane?
Sia la prima che la seconda. Dopo magari andiamo a vedere il tuo replay e secondo me ti stupirai. Anche qui, incredibile, guarda, cioè proprio ti fermi lì.
Ma col volante dici?
Eh sì,
Ah, pensavo con la macchina.
no, proprio col volante arrivi a un certo tot di gradi e sembra proprio che rimane fisso incredibilmente, proprio non si muove. Sicuro che hai messo 420 gradi e non meno?
Sì. 480.
Ok.
No, anche perché adesso sul prossimo cioè per carità di Dio, adesso sul prossimo tornantino provo a girare di più, ma
Sì, vai a 180 gradi, vediamo che succede. Vai, gira tutto. Tutto. No? Ah, non va di più. Abbiamo un problema.
allora io così sono a fammi pensare, 180.
Fai esc, andiamo a vedere cosa hai nelle opzioni.
Allora, opzioni, controlli. 540, che tra l'altro è anche sbagliato.
Ok, attenzione, tu hai 540 nelle opzioni. Prova a
Sì.
controllare nel tuo CSL quanti ne hai.
480.
Ok, facciamo una cosa per bene. Mettilo a 900 sia da una parte che dall'altra.
Allora, 900. L'unica cosa, credo di dover uscire dal gioco perché non so se me lo ricarica in
Dal volante,
automatico.
perché non mi ricordo com'è il CSL, se non ti permette di...
Devo uscire un attimo e andare su Fanalab, ma
Allora,
tempo
facciamo
di
invece un'altra cosa. Metti 480 dentro il gioco. Almeno facciamo la
480.
prova.
Ok.
Ok, sei sicuro che è lineare, tutto quanto, eccetera? Fammi vedere anche a
Linearista
me.
sterzo 1,
Linearità, sterzo 1, sì, ok.
gamma freni 1, rimbalzo cambiato, frequenza
Va bene.
400 Hz, assorbimento,
Ok,
bla 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 bla.
ok. Adesso torna subito nella guida e
Sì,
sterza il volante a 90 gradi, il volante fisico.
sì,
Perfetto. Sterza finché va, diciamo.
180, così.
Se a 180 ed è così,
No, così 180.
allora hai un problema di linearità in CSL. Il tuo CSL non è lineare. Ci deve essere un'opzione della sensitivity forse o qualcos'altro che non mi ricordo. Perciò per forza di cose ti chiedo di uscire
Sì,
e andare
subito.
sul driver e vedere.
Allora, se io apro Fanalab,
Non so se, anche se non ho molta
eccolo qui.
esperienza lì, hai trovato la
Allora,
linearità?
io ho maximum steering angle 480,
Ok,
force feedback 100%, drift mode non ci interessa,
ok.
Force Effect, Game Force Effect, Game Spring Effects, bla 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 bla, Dynamic Force Feedback, Main, ma sul main non c'è niente, Game Profile, 480 mi segna qui.
Allora, intanto, ok, facciamo che quello lì lo metti o su automatico, se c'è, o su 900.
Eccolo qua. Raccomandati Force Feedback Settings per il Club Sport 2.5. Carica il profilo, caricato.
Attenzione,
Quindi
perché il profilo punta anche dentro l'ex del gioco anche, perché c'era una cosa di questo tipo su Fanalabs, Fanatec, non mi ricordo.
io posso però lanciare il gioco
Ok,
da Fanalab a sto punto. Per
Mm.
provare a vedere se...
ok. Ma, ok, tu hai caricato il profilo dentro Fanalabs, ma a quanto ti tiene adesso la rotazione del volante?
900.
Ok, va bene. Andiamo allora dentro il gioco e vediamo. Cioè, la nostra prima cosa adesso è vedere che stiamo facendo le cose uguali.
Controlli e andiamo a 900 qua. Gradi sterzo.
Magari
E siamo a
Guido Fox
900.
be a moderator. It's incredible what
Ok.
he's doing here.
Ok. 900 anche nel gioco e rientro nel server.
In Guido Fox, thank you so much, buddy. The translation you're doing is unbelievable. Jesus. So, we are trying to find out if his steering wheel is properly set, because I've noticed that he's arriving like at 110 degrees and the steering wheel locks there. So something is amiss, because he was moving his steering wheel, the physical steering wheel, at 180 degrees, but the in-game steering wheel was arriving at 110, 120, so something was not correct. So let's see what he did.
Beh, per fare la prova,
Sì, sì, no, fermati, esatto.
faccio così.
Eh,
90.
No. Sì, lì sei a 90?
Sono a 90 adesso.
No. Come vedi, il volante virtuale, non so se lo vedi.
No, perché ho un altro tipo di telecamera, ma posso subito
Ok,
fare
sì, se
così e
vai su
fare
F1 vedrai che non sei a posto.
visuale, la telecamera, dove la cambio qua?
F1,
Allora,
F1. F1 per la
F1 che ho,
telecamera.
ho il tasterino stupido. Eccolo qua. Allora, così, così. Oh,
Hai notato?
interessante.
Sì, c'è qualcosa che non quadra. E a 90 gradi vedi arrivi già oltre, perciò secondo me il profilo che carichi, ok, non collabora col gioco. Riesci a non caricare nessun profilo?
E ci provo. Allora,
Ok,
faccio così.
dovrai sicuramente uscire, immagino. Ma il CSL non ha il piccolo pulsantino che dopo puoi cambiare al volo le cose?
Ma ho il Club Sport io.
Ok, immagino che non ce l'ha, ok. Non lo so com'è, perciò...
No, il Club Sport è quello un po' più vecchiotto.
Ok.
E non ha il display. Qua è 900. Non in menu.
E
900.
riesci a non selezionare un profilo di gioco? A fare un
Posso
profilo
provare.
nuovo senza capito?
Ma io posso provare a fare una cosa del genere. Se io chiudo Fanalab
Anche.
e lo riapro,
Oppure se vuoi streamare su Discord, io posso vedere il tuo desktop e il tuo Fanalab.
allora, in teoria adesso non ho caricato niente. No, ha profilo attivo perché è di default. Cazzone. Ops.
No, no, figurati, qui stiamo... stiamo dicendo parolacce dalla mattina alla sera, figurati, non c'è nessun problema. We are trying to find out what's going on with the steering wheel of Andrea, because as you can see, guys, we have issues, and he's steering at 90 degrees and the steering wheel goes and stops at 120, so something is
Oh là.
Ah, ok. Però si ferma di
180,
nuovo, vedi, a
90.
180 non va. A
Ah,
90
no, sì, sì, sì.
funziona, ma poi si ferma. Si ferma tipo a 120, 130, non va a 180.
Oddio, io sono a 180 così.
Tu col volante
Sì.
fisico sei a 180,
Sì?
ma il tuo volante dentro il gioco non è a 180, vedi?
Oddio, da me sì.
Da te sì? Allora forse sono
Sì.
io che devo uscire, aspetta. Forse devo aggiornare io uscendo dal server e rientrando.
L'unica
Il
cosa
che
si
va
ferma
benissimo,
qui, ma penso che sia un problema di fatto che se io giro di più il volante, probabilmente la macchina nel gioco non può girare di più il
Certo,
volante.
no, quello è normale.
Ah, ok, perfetto.
Ma
Quindi 180.
in ogni caso più di 180 non ti servirà
No,
mai.
infatti. Per far manovra forse.
Sì, esatto. Ok, fammi vedere un po', 90.
Arrivo subito. 90 a destra.
Ok, e continua.
180.
Forse ho un problema io col multi. Vabbè, fa niente, l'importante è che tu lo vedi che a 180 fa
Sì.
180. Ok,
Sì, sì, sì.
e questa è la cosa più importante. Ok, tornando alla guida. Sterzi un po' troppo. Ok.
Ok.
E sterzando troppo, sostanzialmente tu porti la macchina al sottosterzo, anche se la macchina non serve avere tutto questo sottosterzo. Perciò dovresti cercare di fare della pratica a sterzare il minimo indispensabile alle curve. Questa è la prima cosa. La seconda cosa, che è più semplice, è che su alcune curve sei con la marcia sbagliata, e quello possiamo fissare subito anche guidando. Ma il problema più grosso è sterzare meno, ed è un problema grosso perché non tanto perché vai in sottosterzo, ma perché andando in sottosterzo tu pensi che devi arrivare alle curve con meno velocità e sei lento dentro le curve. Ok, perciò devi piano piano fare pratica e trovare una velocità diversa per le curve.
Ho capito.
E infine, come arrivi a quella sterzata deve essere più graduale, non così violento. Per aiutarti potrebbe essere un buon, diciamo, consiglio o buona pratica andare sulle opzioni e cercare di aumentare un po' il sonoro delle gomme o abbassare tutto il resto per sentire un po' di più il sonoro delle gomme, ok?
Ho capito.
Senza esagerando, perché poi è brutto guidare solo sulle gomme, ma ti potrebbe dare una mano almeno inizialmente per dire ok, sto esagerando con le gomme, capito? Vediamo qualche giro, ma è una di queste cose che ti servirà tempo per, capito, tornare a guidare con meno volante. Beh, bravo, questo è molto meglio qui. Hai perso l'apice e questo sarà uno dei problemi che ti capiterà spesso, perché adesso stai andando più lento, ma servirà pratica per arrivarci. Ok, hai preso l'erba di là. Bene. Troppo presto sul gas, non cercare di stabilizzare la macchina, non serve. Anche qui non andare presto sul gas, dopo l'apice lasciala andare e dopo l'apice vai sul gas. Troppo sterzo, e devi cercare anche di lavorare con lo sterzo, trovare dov'è il limite. Bene, molto molto bene qui. Hai visto che su queste curve che sei veloce non stai dando troppo sterzo, ma sei più preciso. Man mano che la velocità scende, vedo che stai dando sempre più sterzo. Ok, attento a non dare tantissimo sterzo qui. Seconda potrebbe essere sufficiente qua. Lasciala scorrere, non andare sul gas. Bravo. Vedi, troppo presto sul gas. Anche qui, quarta marcia, lasciala scorrere. In uscita vai sul gas graduale. Aspetta. Vedi che vai sul gas. Non andare sul gas. Devi trattenerti dall'andare sul gas. Allora, nella tua mente devi dire così: se tu vai sul gas e dopo per finire la curva devi alzare il piede e riandare sul gas, vuol dire che hai sbagliato la prima applicazione dell'acceleratore. Vedi che alzi e poi vai? Vuol dire che hai sbagliato di andare troppo presto. Cioè, quando tu vai sull'acceleratore devi farlo per andare al 100% e uscire di curva. Se tu devi alzare il piede dall'acceleratore, vuol dire che sei andato troppo presto sul gas e non serviva. Proviamolo qui sulla Basto. In uscita lascia scorrere, dopo vai sul gas, dopo l'apice secondo. Bravo. Eri lento dentro perché ovviamente fra le due devi dare gas perché c'è un piccolo rettilineo, diciamo. Ma qui adesso alza il piede e dopo l'apice vai sul gas di nuovo. Bravo. Questo. Guarda il delta. Lo vedi? Ok. Adesso non guardarlo più. È male guardare il delta durante il giro. Molto bene qui. Prossime curve sono un po' difficili perché, capito, sono una serie di 3, 1, 2, 3. Non andare sul gas presto però, lasciala scorrere. Bravo, alza, vai, e di nuovo alza, e vai. Bravo, anche qui, frena tardi, lasciala entrare dentro, aspetta, il poco gas e vai. Bravo. Vedi, troppo presto sul gas lì. Subito ha spostato il muso verso l'esterno. Quarta marcia e aspetta, gas. Bravo, guarda, facile. Di nuovo qua. Troppo presto sul gas. Aspetta, vai. Capito? Devi andare sul gas quando sei convinto di andare al 100%, non prima. Vai. Ok. Lo so che vedi il delta che va giù. Non guardare il delta. Adesso sto provando cose. Arriverà il momento dove troverai il punto esatto dove dare gas e stare lì. Capito?
A questo punto mi viene da chiederti, io probabilmente do gas perché mi sento di essere lento in curva, cioè ho una velocità minore di quella che la macchina può tenere. A quel punto lì devo correggere prima, cioè o entrare in velocità o entrare in
dovrai entrare leggermente più forte, ma questa è una cosa che ti arriverà piano piano. Bravo, molto bene. In ogni caso, se tu dai il gas e dopo devi toglierlo, perdi ancora più tempo, perché nel momento che tu dai gas presto, ok, cosa succede? Il muso si alza e tu hai sottosterzo. Vedi come è entrata bene? Capito? E già il giro precedente con tutti gli errori era 2.21, o 2.22, vabbè. Perciò proviamo a dare gas soltanto quando sei sicuro che puoi tenerlo per tutta la curva, non dentro la curva perché pensi di essere lento. meglio. Troppo gas, vedi? Subito in sottosterzo. Troppo gas lì. Va bene, va benissimo, stai provando cose, eh? Anche qui. Entra in quarta e aspetta. Aspetta. Gas. Bravo. Guarda il delta. Capito? Di nuovo. Aspetta. Bravo. Guarda il delta. Aspetta. Ottimo. Bene.
Ho sempre pensato che accelerando gradualmente riuscissi a tenere una macchina più stabile. Ho sempre avuto l'impressione che gli dai una sgasata a una macchina del genere, ovviamente ti parte via il retro. Invece, da quello che sto vedendo,
Guarda che tempo stai per fare.
no, più che altro,
Blanc.
allora, io il miglior giro a spa che ho è 2:20,4. Cioè, e ti giuro, adesso mi sta sembrando di andare piano.
Ma perché quello è il discorso. Tu devi mantenere il controllo della macchina per andare veloce. E facendo così adesso, la macchina è più facile, giusto? E avendo la macchina più facile, ti puoi concentrare su altri dettagli. E lì si guadagna velocità. Se proprio senti la necessità di andare sul gas, ne devi dare meno di quello che dai normalmente, cioè appena appena e rimanere lì, capito? Non sgasata e poi molli. Bravo. Bravo. Non andare sul gas presto.
E non andare lungo in curva.
Vabbè. Vedi? Sei andato però sul gas, perché? Questa la dobbiamo migliorare perché devi entrare prima. Ricordati qui. Quarta, aspetti e poi graduale. Aspetta. Vai. Guarda il delta di nuovo. Attento qua, eh.
Ah! Peccato.
Siamo su 2,27. So we are now trying to improve the steering input and at the same time also the acceleration input, the gas pedal. Andrea was keen to go into accelerator very soon and then raise the accelerator again and then go down again. That is an error and makes you lose time. He is now improving on that, and his comment is that he thinks that the car is too easy and too slow to drive, and yet the lap times are going down. his lap record was something like 2:20.4 and driving like crazy, and now he's very close to that, but with a much easier car to control. Me check for a moment here because I'll be right back with you guys. Just need to be able to. Okay. Hasley, that's very nice to know. Hey, Tony, thank you, bud. Ok, Andrea, adesso che comincerà il nuovo giro, non cercare di strafare. Le solite cose, anche se vai piano, capito? Le solite cose. Non cercare di strafare, perché adesso stai facendo errori perché vedi che sei vicino al tuo record e vuoi sorpassarlo, e lo so come ci si sente. Ma tu ti devi concentrare a migliorare la guida e il record arriverà da solo. Vedi? Stai
Sono andato
andando,
lungo.
vedi? Stai cercando di frenare troppo in ritardo. Non serve, tu le due solite cose. Vediamo che se fai le cose come si deve, i 2 decimi, 3 decimi che hai di ritardo li riprenderai a fine giro. Fai le cose, cioè vai piano, capito? Aspetta. Vai. Bravo. Freno presto qui. Ok, abbiamo perso un po', ma e mi serve che tu, anzi poi faremo un'altra cosa invece. Mi serve che tu sia un po' più proattivo alla fine dell'uscita, perché spesso sei già in sovrasterzo e non lo stai curando in anticipo. Aspetti che la macchina si gira e dopo lo curi, il che ti fa perdere tempo, fa entrare il traction control e rischi anche di perdere il controllo della macchina, soprattutto su curve come questa. Perciò raddrizza il volante prima, bravo. Vedi? Porta la macchina fuori tu, perché a volte rimani troppo sterzato e la macchina va in snap oversteer e perdi tempo e hai il traction control che entra e ti fa rallentare.
Aris, io ho un problemino.
Sì.
Sono senza benzina.
Fantastico. Allora, facciamo così. Anzi, questo è tra l'altro un consiglio che devo dare a tutti. Io ti consiglio vivamente, apri Notepad o prendi note su carta, non lo so. Sono 3 le cose che devi migliorare, ok? 1, lavorare con lo sterzo per sterzare meno ascoltando le gomme. Ok? Numero 1, sterzare meno, lavorare con lo sterzo per trovare il grip ascoltando le gomme. 2, aspettare di dare gas e dare gas solo quando sei sicuro che puoi uscire dalla curva. No? Numero 2. 3, quando sei alla fine dell'uscita della curva devi essere proattivo a controllare il sovrasterzo, non aspettare che la macchina sovrasterza, cioè comincia a raddrizzare il volante prima, non aspettare di essere in rettilineo per avere il volante dritto, perché tanto la macchina gira col posteriore, perciò tu potenzialmente sei già col volante quasi dritto e la macchina sta curvando ancora, capito?
Ho capito.
Tu prendi
una cosa
sì.
ti chiedo sulla seconda cosa che mi hai detto, cioè
sì.
ad esempio al termine del rettilineo,
Sì.
Cioè destra, sinistra, destra. Lì quando abbiamo detto appunto accelera quando sei sicuro di accelerare,
Sì.
cioè quell'accelerata lì, cioè è giù tutta. È una domanda stupida, ma ti chiedo scusa, ma
è giù tutta, è giù tutta.
proprio giù tutta senza remore.
Giù tutta. L'unica cosa però che devi stare attento è il sovrasterzo in uscita, perché dalla seconda alla terza curva di queste tre sei sempre in leggero sovrasterzo in uscita, che potresti controllare molto più facilmente col volante e soprattutto guadagnare metri, perché con quel sovrasterzo lì il traction control continua a lavorare per fermarti, capito? Infatti, se tu vai a vedere il tuo replay e fai questa cosa, vedrai che proprio alla fine dell'uscita delle curve tu esci col volante ancora un po' troppo puntato verso l'interno, col culo che intanto sta partendo, e proprio all'ultimo minuto devi fare il sovrasterzo, ma sei già con un po' di angolo, cioè stai driftando, non stai più essendo in un power oversteer, stai driftando proprio un po' troppo, e se drifti significa che il traction control entra e tu perdi metri in avanzamento.
Chiarissimo.
Okay? Prendi nota di queste tre cose. Continua a lavorare su queste tre cose senza guardare i tempi sul giro. Ok? Fregatene. Vedrai, perché stiamo qui tipo da 10-15 minuti e sei già a 2,27 guidando in una maniera molto più semplice, come dici tu. Mi sembra semplice, mi sembra che vado piano. Ok? Tu continua a lavorare su queste cose. Quando ti perdi e vedi che stai facendo errori, eccetera, eccetera, torna sul tuo notepad, no? E dici, ok, 1, 2, 3, devo rifare queste cose. Facendo questa cosa in continuazione, a un certo punto, ci sono persone, ripeto, che fanno un giorno, persone che serve una settimana, persone che serve un mese, ma in ogni caso, a un certo punto, queste tre cose per te diventeranno automatiche, diventeranno memoria muscolare. Nel momento che saranno quasi diventate memoria muscolare, vedrai che sarai già al 2,20 flat oppure a 2,19, no? E da lì in poi potrai cominciare a curare dettagli che ti porteranno a fare ancora un altro passo in avanti. In questo momento tu hai il cervello che stai cercando di convincere ai tuoi muscoli di fare queste cose, e questo ti porta a molta fatica mentale, no? E fai degli errori. A un certo punto, se insisti, queste cose diventeranno automatiche e il tuo cervello sarà libero di andare a vedere altri dettagli.
Chiarissimo.
Capito? Allora, io proporrei questo. Se tu hai voglia e tempo, continua ad allenarti qui e io torno magari fra un quarto d'ora, se sei ancora qua, molto volentieri, così vediamo cosa succede. E vado a parlare con un altro Simracer e poi ne riparliamo.
Va benissimo. Aris,
Ok.
grazie infinite davvero.
Ma figurati, grazie a te, grazie a te. A me fa solo piacere queste cose. Ok guys, so let me exit so we don't give disturbance to Andrea. So I told Andrea, first of all, thank you so much Guido Fogg by doing all this incredible job in translating everything from Italian to English. I mean, I don't know, man, I really owe you a beer, and most importantly, I owe you some time together if you want. So by all means, let's do it, even without, of course, picking you randomly, because you know, people that helping so much, we have to do it. So everybody, big congrats to Guido Fogg for all the hard work. I also need to absolutely say thank you as well to John for the moderation, and of course at Andimon, because he's still working behind the scenes and, you know, taking care of all the servers, talking to everybody that it is about to join and so on. So if you can, guys, go and support and subscribe to his channel, Andimon Plays. By all means, do it. Back to Andrea. What we did with Andrea. We are making 3 points in order to make Andrea a better Simracer. One is using less steering input. He's using too much, and trying to, you know, be active with the steering input in order to find the grip, and he's doing already much better than that. Second point was he was going to the accelerator way too soon because he was thinking he was too slow. So he would go to the accelerator, provoking heavy understeer to the car and losing time, because then he had to raise the foot from the accelerator and then go back again. This is a big mistake. You are losing way too much time when you have to raise your foot from the accelerator and then go back into the accelerator again. So he's convincing himself to wait until starting to accelerate, and he's doing great improvements on that as well. And finally, he was letting the car go into a little bit too much of a oversteer angle at the very last moment of the exit. This can be easily, improved by, being active with the steering wheel and just making the steering wheel more straight just before the final exit of the car. So he was waiting a little bit too much for the car, and in the end he would find himself to counter steer right at the very last moment of the exit, which means that the traction control engages and he's losing much of the forward movement of the car, because obviously the traction control is slowing the engine down. So 1, 2, 3 points for Andrea. And what I told Andrea is that one of the many important things that SimRacer can do is it's very easy for us to lose track of what we're doing. So take notes. Use notepad, use a normal notepad, paper, whatever, and take notes. It's 1, 2, 3, or 2 things to improve, or 5 things to improve, whatever, how many steps you need to improve. Take notes and go at one step at a time. Okay, and when you are doing mistakes because you are seeing, for example, that your lap time is very close to your record and you are pushing way too hard and you are doing mistakes, open your notepad, check the steps that you need to take, and get back to practicing what you're doing. This correct practice is what is going to create muscle memory, and when you're creating muscle memory, the technique becomes automatic. Having the technique automatic, it means that you are liberating your brain from having to thinking about what to do, and then your brain can focus in other small details which will give you speed. All right? Okay, so let's go ahead. 16 is our next sim racer, and his name is Ron, I believe. So let's go in and join.
For a minute,
Here
I think
we are.
Aris is there. We are on
Hello,
schedule.
guys.
Good afternoon, evening.
Good afternoon, good evening, whatever. I don't know
Welcome
what the
back.
time is. I've lost track of time.
It's actually
gonna be good morning.
good morning. Yeah, 16 is actually in Hong Kong, so it's
amazing.
first thing in the morning for him.
Wow!
So he's
Thank you
been
so
up all
much
night.
for joining, buddy. It really, I mean, incredible.
He's literally been up all night waiting for this opportunity.
Oh
so,
my god! Oh my
yeah,
god! Thank you so much.
Don't disappoint him, Aris. It's all on you now. All right?
Thank you.
And hello. First of all, a happy New Year.
Happy New Year as well. I hope
happy
to at
New Year,
least
happy
have a
New Year.
normal year this year, because fucking
Yes,
hell,
I hope so too. So yeah, first of all, thank you so much for making this be a better sim racing event. It's a big deal for us to learn a lot about the everything, the racing, everything.
Far too kind. Thank you, and thank you also Stefano, which has just supported the channel. So thank you so much, Stefano. Sorry, I didn't have the time to talk to you, and sorry, Ron, for taking the time to thank Stefano.
No problem. If I don't have patience to wait for you, I don't deserve anything. Okay?
Okay.
So yeah, I don't have any skill related things. Like
Okay.
I'm more into the car mechanics.
Right.
So because I think to my level, I think I have some skill, but now I need some car mechanics knowledge in order to help out to do the setup, and probably some Motec data
Right.
to learn how to read them in order to learn more about where is my mistake is. So the first question I have is more like a pit strategy questions. So I've heard that some esporter saying that overcut is better than undercut.
Okay.
Is it true? And if that's the true, why is it?
In GT racing, especially SRO GT3 racing, is practically almost always true. There will be, of course, some exceptions, but it is true most of the time, or even almost all the time. And that is because how the tires worn out, how they wear out on those cars. So practically those Pirelli tires have a very, let's say, qualifying initial grip, okay, that lasts for, depending on the track, 3 to 4 laps maybe, and then they just go down and then they stabilize.
Yes.
And then they slowly and linearly start to lose grip, but not too much. As you move ahead with your stint, at some point, it might have happened to pretty much all of you. You arrive somewhere at around the half of the stint. For some cars, it's like the 2/4 of a stint or 3/4 of a stint. It depends. A little bit before the mid or a little bit after the mid or the middle of the stint, and your car practically behaves like shit. It's just not balanced anymore. This is because you get tire wear, and at the same time the car is heavy. Okay, and then as you move forward with the stint, what happens is that the tires start to lose obviously grip, but they lose grip slowly, and you lose more weight from the fuel. And I remind you that all those cars, if you want to do a full stint, you need to have at least 70, 80 kilos of fuel. So 80 kilos, 70 kilos of fuel is another person inside the car. And so as you are approaching the end of the stint, the car is really light, and then the grip you have for the tires is good enough for the weight of the car. And so the car comes into a good balance again, okay?
Okay.
Because those tires have a good enough life to make, even depending again conditions, driving style and circuit, they have a good enough duration to do even double stints sometimes, okay? You can understand that when the car becomes fast again, because it is so light, it pays to stay out as much as you can because the car becomes fast. As a matter of fact, usually the best lap time during the race is like with 20 to 15 liters inside the fuel tank. So you cannot do the best lap when you start, even though you have qualifying grip, because the car is so heavy. And as you go down through the last part of the stint, when the car is really very light, even with worn down tires, you can still do the best lap usually of the stint. On top of that, and why this is happening, of course, keep in mind that those cars, by the regulations, are obliged to do stints that they are not longer than 65 minutes. Okay, so Pirelli has made the tires in a way that they could last more than that, and so all teams and even the manufacturers make the cars in a way that when the car is light, even if the tires have a full stint of life on top of them, they are still fast enough. All that means that in the end, if you go into the pits and try to undercut the guy in front of you, then usually you're wasting performance from the car, because the car can still give you the best performance when it is very, very light. Okay. Now, obviously, you can say, well, I am in a very sprint race, a very short race, and maybe I can fill the car with low fuel, and undercut. That might be one of the small, exceptions where undercut might be better, okay? But usually what those cars do and what e-sport drivers do is very long stints with very long races, and the more you can, push the stint, the better it is, because in the end, after a couple of stints, you might be even possible to make one less pit stop, which is a very high gain, in lap time, or just have to do a splash with just a little bit of fuel, and that's it. So that's why usually trying to make as long stints as possible, and obviously overcut is resulting to be faster.
I see. So I do have a one additional questions about that. You say that if you try to do undercut and you will lose performance because you essentially waste a little performance potential.
Yes.
Does in this case, do you mean that if I have, let's say I have some fuel left and I go into the pit to do undercut, is that the case you're talking about?
Yes, exactly. So you have some fuel, okay? You go into the pits, and obviously you could have been faster by keep lapping with the fuel that you have, because obviously we are not discussing, oh, I have no more fuel, I have to go to the pits. We're discussing, okay, I have some fuel, the guy in front of me is almost at the same pace, I will try to undercut him so I can, be faster than him. You have to keep in mind that he will be faster with worn down tires and very light car, and he will be faster while you will have to do at least 1 or 2 laps, because also you have to remember this, you need to do a couple of laps to heat up the tires again.
Yes.
Okay. And I repeat, with full fuel and fresh tire, you can be slower by a tenth or 2/10 or 3/10 by a car with worn down tires but very low fuel.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
But most
Okay.
importantly, in Formula One, for example, you see the cars go in, okay, the tires are perfect, they go out, and they can instantly do on the next lap, best lap, okay? In GT3 racing, you certainly have experienced that you need at least 2 laps until the tires heat up and start giving the maximum grip. And in the meantime, you have 120 liters of fuel, and the car simply is not that fast as it could be with worn down tires and very, very light fuel. So the guy that you are trying to undercut is practically still faster than you in the meantime.
I see. Now I totally understand about if you have fuel left and then you undercut, you will lose performance.
Yes.
This part. So what if I put it in another example, undercut and overcut, but I use all the fuel. Let's say you have a 90-minute race,
Yes.
and then supposedly I just 2 driver. I put it in as example. Okay, first driver pit at the 30 minutes. And then do another 60 minutes of stint. That's the undercut, yeah?
Yes.
And then, but that time, they calculate the fuel. They calculate that, okay, I have 30 minutes of fuel, and then I will refuel another 60 minutes of fuel, and then I go. This is the undercut, right? And then I do another driver doing overcut, which means they put 60 minutes of fuel in it, and then 60 minutes, and then they pit, and then they refuel for another 30 minutes of fuel. Which one would be better if that's the case?
So here's the problem,
Yes.
and why undercut usually, almost always, is better in GT3 racing. The main problem is
You mean overcut, right?
Yes, sorry, overcut.
Okay,
overcut
okay.
is always better in almost all situations. Because of trying to maintain the costs lower in real racing, okay, they try also to keep pit stops with less people under control, so the regulations are very strict, and they say that if you put fuel, okay, and you put the tires, then the time of the pit stop is limited. You cannot make a faster pit stop by changing the tires faster. You have to wait, even if you finish everything at 20 seconds, you still have to wait 30 seconds. So, yes, that is the rule. So that means that if you change the tires, you can still put all the fuel you want, and your even go from 0 to 120 liters, and your pit time has to be 30 seconds. It cannot be lower than that. So if you want to change the tires, it means that you cannot say, okay, I will put just half the fuel tank, because as you said, it is a particular situation of a race, so I need just to fill 40 liters or 50 liters, whatever. That won't make your pit stop faster. It will still be 30 seconds. This will only happen if you don't change the tires, but if you don't change the tires, then you have other problems at the end of the stint or at the middle of the next stint, so that's a different situation. But if you do as everybody does, so change the tires for new, then everybody, no matter how fuel you put in, you have to wait 30 seconds. It's fixed for everybody, which is the exact opposite, of course, in Formula 1, for example. The faster wins, okay? So this is one thing to keep in mind. Why is that? Because it means that even if you undercut the guy and put less fuel in, you still have to wait 30 seconds, which is the same exact thing that he will do as well. On top of that, we have the other issue that we said, which means that when you exit the pit lane, you need to do 2 laps, okay, and you will be slower because you need to heat up the tires and everything. You will be slower. At least at the first flying lap out of the pits, you are going to be slower than him. So you risk exiting and still not be able to overtake him. So you still risk to stay behind him if you also do everything correctly. You are not going to gain 1 second from him and then overtake him while he will do his pit lane, his pit stop. So that is the main issue. The main issue is, number one, that your pit stop is always 30 seconds if you change the tires for everybody. You cannot gain in the pit stop. And the second is that with those tires and those cars, you need 1.5 to 2 laps to heat up everything and go fast again. While in the meantime, he's doing still very fast laps, if not the fastest laps of his stint, while he is on worn tires with low fuel. So that's the main problem.
Okay, I see. So okay, so I do now understand more about the overcut. Why is overcut is dominantly better in pretty much all racing now. Okay, thank you about that.
No, if I miss something, let me know, because I might have missed some scenario or something might not be clear.
So far, no. I don't think I have anything missing. But I fully understand the answer now.
Okay.
Thank you so much for that.
Cool.
And I have another question. Now, this question is more about car mechanics, and it's about RPM, differential, gear, and engine braking. What are these 4 things? How do they relate to each other, and how does it affect the handling when during the corner? It's been very baffling for me, these 4 things.
Yes. All right, so differential, maybe you have watched the video I have about the preload, how it works.
Yes, several times.
Okay, and you might have understood, if I was clear enough on that video, that the preload works in one way in slow speed corners because you have a lot of torque, and in a completely opposite way in high speed corners. Was that relatively clear to you? Because that is the most difficult part to understand.
Yes, I understand that. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Now, here's what's going on. First of all, we have to separate this thing in 2 situations. One is acceleration, and the other one is coasting when you go, or braking when you go into the turn. Okay. So let's first talk about acceleration. So when you go outside the turn.
Yes.
As you know, the engine does not produce the same amount of torque through the whole rev band. It goes from very low torque to a very high torque at the higher mid of the rev band, and then goes down again on the very high end part of the revs. Okay, in terms of torque. Now, the more torque you have to apply to the tires, to the wheels, the easier it's going to be to break the grip of the tires and make them spin. Okay? Which means that if you apply sudden and very aggressive acceleration when your engine is at the revs that the engine gives the maximum torque, so let's say usually for those engines somewhere around 5,000 to 6,000 RPM usually. Okay, for the normal aspirated engines might be to 6,000 to 7,000, for example, but for the turbo engines usually it's 5 to 6. Okay, so this is where you have the maximum torque. If you apply the accelerator in a very aggressive way, this is where the torque is at maximum and has more probability to make the tire spin.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the torque that your engine produces is one number. Let's say 500 Newton meters. And let's keep it easy. 500 as a number. Okay.
Okay.
But that torque gets multiplied several times by the gearbox and the final gear of the whole drivetrain. So the torque that arrives to the wheels is not 500, but for example, usually the first gear or the second gear have a multiplier by 2 or 3 times. Okay, so it's getting that 500 is getting multiplied by 2 or 3 times. So why is this happening? Are you aware, for example, how the gears in a bicycle work?
Yes, using different size of gear and
Exactly.
Reducing the speed and giving more torque. So that if you have a lowered gear, you will have more torque, but you have to spin very fast in order to get up to speed.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Exactly that. So with the same amount of torque that you can produce from your legs, if you put a very low gear, okay, the torque that you are producing from your legs is the same, but it is much easier to move forward, okay, even though you have to spin more, but it's much easier to move forward because the torque of your legs is multiplied several times by the gear. In a car like ours, in GT3, the first to the second gear usually is around 2 to 3 times. So 3 times the first gear, 2 times the second gear, which means that at the wheels you arrive with 1000 Newton meters or 1500 Newton meters. Okay, that means that it's easier on low gears at the same revs to spin the tires.
Yes.
So when you are in a turn and you have a very closed differential, so high preload number, okay, it's easy to spin both of the wheels because it's closed and you spin both of them. It's gonna be harder to overcome both of the wheels because they have more grip together, but because you are producing so much torque, it's easy to spin them. And when you are spinning both of the wheels, it means that you are losing lateral traction from both of them. So you have oversteer.
Power oversteer.
Yeah. Now, as you move to higher gears at the same revs, okay, the gears, the third gear, the fourth gear, they start to multiply the torque by less amount. So, for example, usually the third gear is 1.5, 1.5. The fourth gear might be 1 to 1. The fifth gear might be, or the sixth gear might be even less than 1, so 0.8 or 0.7. Okay? Which means that at the same revs, let's say at the revs that you are producing 500 Newton meters, at the end, on the tires, arrive even less than 500 Newton meters. What that means? It means that even if you go very hard on the accelerator, and even if you have the preload, the differential closed, okay, there won't be enough torque available to spin the tires. The grip will be higher than the torque available. At that point, if you have the differential closed, both of the tires are going to push the car in a straight line, and thus you have understeer at very high speeds if you have a very closed differential. Okay. If you have an open differential, then the torque will go to the tire that spins more freely, so it has less grip, which means the inner tire. Okay. Now, let's say that you have multiplied the torque by 1. You are in fourth gear, you multiply your torque by 1. So You have 500 Newton meters that arrive at the rear wheels and the differential is open. 500 Newton meters might not be enough to spin both the tires, but with an open differential, it might be enough to spin the inner tire. So opens the differential and you go and spin the inner tire, and you just don't move forward anymore because you have one tire spinning and the other one is, you know, just dragging along without pushing ahead. Now, in all that explanation, I'm exaggerating, which I'm going from full lock differential to full open, which is not the case here. But if you grasp this concept clear enough to your mind, you can understand that for different amounts of differential lock and different amounts of torque, you're gonna have various in-between situations of your tire spinning and losing or gaining longitudinal and lateral grip.
I see.
That is mainly for the acceleration.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay.
Because I know it is very difficult and not easy to understand, let's stay here for a minute. Let me know where you might have a doubt or it's not clear from my explanation, because I do what I can, but it is a very complex thing to understand. And let's see if we can improve on the explanation. Otherwise, we can move to the cost.
I think I understand the acceleration part because
Okay.
in your previous video you explained very good about this, but
Okay.
you didn't explain much about costing and the engine braking. So
Alright.
yes, I understand this part. Yes.
So, engine braking. Now, this is a little bit more complicated. So, the main thing remains. So, you have torque, okay? And the torque tries to spin the tires, okay? And of course, the torque gets multiplied again by the gears. Here's the difference here. Because the engine brake is never enough, first of all, it doesn't try to spin the tires, but it tries to brake them, to slow them down, and possibly even lock them, you know? Now, obviously, the engine brake generates much less negative torque than what it generates in acceleration. So while, for example, we had 500 Newton meters in acceleration, 500 as a number, in coasting, the engine brake generates something at most like 90, 80, 90 Newton meters, 70 Newton meters, stuff like that. So as you can see, it's like 5 times less, more than 5 times less than when we're accelerating. So the most it can do is slowing down, the rear wheels. Not really. It's almost impossible to lock them. Okay. So that is the first thing to understand. First of all, can't stop the chop, whatever. Thank you for joining the channel. Nice nickname. Okay, so back to what we were saying. Oh, and thank you V Fiber for the support. Big thanks. Thank you so much. Beer for Guido Folk. I'll make sure to get him some. So we are trying to slow down the rear tires. Okay. The amount of slowing down the rear tires is really negligible in comparison to the acceleration stuff, and most importantly, in comparison to the brakes. Okay, but let's not talk about the brakes for the moment. Let's just talk about simple coasting. All right?
Okay.
So, we are trying to slow down the rear tires. Let's keep it simple for now, and then we'll make it a little bit more complicated. Now, as we said before, that negative torque that the engine produces under coasting, engine brake, it's going to be multiplied by the gears. So at higher gears, it's going to be practically demultiplied because we have something like 0.8 or 0.7 gear ratio. And those 90, let's make it, 100 Newton meters are going to become 80 Newton meters. So at very high gears, the engine brake is extremely weak. Okay.
Mm.
At lower gears, the engine brake is much higher because the 100 newton meters of engine brake supposedly gets multiplied by 2 or 3 and becomes 200 or 300 newton meters, which starts to become significant. Okay. To the point that it might even lock a tire when the tire doesn't have enough grip. Okay, so that is already one of the reasons why when you are releasing the accelerator at high gears, it doesn't really upset the car a lot. When you are releasing the throttle at lower gears, second and first, it upsets the car, or at least changes the balance much more. It's even more easier to understand if you get a GT4 car which doesn't have enough downforce. Okay, so you can get a GT4 car with a front engine GT4 car, which means that it has a very light rear end, and while you're turning into a small gear, short gear turn, the rear inner wheel might be almost into the air, so it barely touches the ground, and you downshift down to second gear, and for a minute it instantly locks the rear inner wheel. It's much easier to understand and look at it in the GT4 tires, in GT4 cars. So until now it's the same thing. It's clear what is happening. What the differential is going to do here. Now think about that. Let's say that you are just braking into a straight line, okay? And you are braking with all the 4 tires, and the brake force is arriving on all the 4 tires in an equal way. How the car is going to brake? It's going to go straight. So you don't touch it, you are not touching the steering wheel, you're just fully braking. ABS is doing its thing, and all the tires get the same amount of braking. What is the car going to do? It's going to brake and slow down and stop in a straight line. Is that correct?
Yes.
Perfect. Now, suppose that we only have brakes on one side of the car, left or right. Let's say left, okay? And we do the same exercise. So we start braking very hardly, and obviously ABS tries to not lock the tires, but the left tires slow down the car, the right tires are free. What the car is going to do?
Go to the left side?
Exactly. It will go to the left side. So let's think about that for a minute. You have brake engine instead of brakes. You release the throttle, and at the rear end you have a very locked, completely locked differential. What is going to do? It's going to brake both the tires at the same amount, right?
Yes.
In that case, what is going to happen to the car? It's going to brake straight.
Yes, yes.
This is understeer if you're turning, because both of the tires are trying to slow down at the same amount, and if you're steering, obviously the outside tire would like to make more distance than the inner side. Okay, so if you are trying to make both of the tires do the same distance, this means that the car will try to go straight. It will try to realign itself and just go straight in order that both the tires are going to, brake and make the same distance. If you have an open differential, then the open differential will start to brake more at the tire that can lose traction more easily. In that case, it's going to be the inner one. If you brake only the inner tire and you let the outside tire rotate freely, what is going to happen to the car?
The car will tend to turn much more.
And what happens when you have an open differential? In coasting, the car turns more.
Oh, I see.
You see?
I see.
Now,
Yes.
now there is always but there is always the exception. Okay, there's always the
Okay.
exception. If you have, say, a very front weight bias car and you don't have enough downforce, and you are downshifting to first gear very abruptly, and you are not having auto blip mechanism electronics, like it's manual, right? And you have a very locked rear differential, and you are turning as well. What is going to happen? It's going to happen
but-
the opposite. Yeah, go on if you know. If you have understood.
So front, you mean front engine car?
Yeah,
and,
so it's very light at the rear, so you have not too much grip at the rear.
not too much grip at the rear, and I have a close differential, right? You said.
You have a completely closed differential at the rear, and you downshift down to first gear, and the engine torque gets multiplied by 3, and you have 300 newton meters or 400 newton meters of engine brake at the rear tires. Both of them.
Is it going to lock the rear tire and completely spin out?
Both
I
of
guess.
them. It will be like pulling the handbrake, which is, by the way, one of the techniques you are using if you want to drift the car, to initiate the drift, a street car. So you are going into the turn, you are downshifting at a low gear, like second gear, and you release clutching the clutch. So you're just releasing, on off. By releasing on off, the inertia and the engine, brake is going to momentarily lock the rear tires, both of them, with a very locked differential. Usually they have completely locked differential, and that is like pulling up the handbrake, and instantly makes the rear end go wide in oversteer, and then you have to tofu. Make
that's
you
that
the best.
drifting.
Yeah, that's the initiation of the drifting by using the clutch instead of the handbrake.
Oh, I see. So just one, it is a very, very fantastic explanation, because I understand everything. That is very good.
That's good on you, not on me.
Yes, definitely. I learned a lot. And one more question about this RPM things. How does the RPM affect
that's almost forgot about that. This is the more complicated stuff.
Yes.
So, as you know, in acceleration, the revs, the RPM, the higher you go, the more the torque goes up, and then starts go down. But because the RPM is high, you generate more horsepower, but in reality, the torque lowers with higher RPMs.
Yes.
But we don't care about that. Acceleration is easy to understand. We understood. As a matter of fact, small hint here. When you are drifting a street car and you don't have massive amounts of power, at some point you might be keep on drifting, but the engine, instead of banging to the limiter, stays at a certain point of the power band, at certain revs that they are not on the limiter, but they are not low either. It just balances out at, let's say you have the limiter at 7,000 RPM, and you see that the engine balances out at around 6,000. That happens because the torque goes down, and it doesn't have enough power to spin the tires even faster, even though the power goes up, So that's why it balances. Obviously, if you have 300, 400, 500 and 1000 horsepower, you don't care, you just bang on the limiter all the day. But if you have a shit box like my Miata, then at some points you are trying desperately to keep the drift, but the engine stays just before the limiter, 1000 RPM before the limiter, because the torque just simply goes down.
Oh.
Anyway,
yes.
let's move ahead. What happens with the engine brake and the revs? Now, initially, and that was one of the errors I did back in the days of, I believe I also did the same error in Power and Glory, so to say, and some of that in Netcar Pro as well. But with Assetto Corsa 1 already, I've started moving ahead, and with Assetto Corsa, I had much better knowledge of what is happening. Initially, we thought that, engine braking keeps on giving higher torque the higher the revs. But that is rarely the case. It's more unique than rare. Usually what happens is that you have a peak of negative torque of engine braking at around scientifically, let's say it's at the point where the engine produces the most amount of negative pressure. But that's getting too technical. It's how the engine works with the whole intake and exhaust system. It becomes a little bit too technical in purely engineering stuff. So let's say that usually is where the engine also produces the maximum amount of torque when accelerating. So let's say you produce your torque at around 6,000 RPM. Usually the maximum engine brake will be somewhere around there, at around 6,000 RPM. Okay. As the revs go up, instead of producing even more engine brake, it tends to become a plateau. So it tends to stay at that engine brake, or sometimes even slightly go down. So at 6,000 RPM, let's say you have, 90 Newton meters negative torque. At 7,000 RPM, you have 88. And at 8,000 RPM, you might have 75 Newton meters torque. So strangely enough, you downshift, your engine goes almost to the limiter, but the real maximum engine brake arrives a little bit later. And usually takes you, by surprise, because you're like, okay, I just downshifted, now I'm going to have the maximum engine rev, and then the revs go a little bit extra down, and the car turns even more. You're like, what happened? I can't catch the car. That's why you don't catch the car. And that's one of the reasons why I keep telling people, except aliens, of course, that's a completely different they're not people species. Yes, they're not people, that's a different species. So that's why I'm telling people, slow the car down, and then start downshifting, because in that way your revs are lower, you have less problems of locking the rear, or at least unbalancing the rear end, and you keep the revs into the place where it is predictable.
I see.
So that's it.
I see. Yeah, that's explaining a lot about the engine braking things. Because the other day I was doing Spa, and there's the no-name corner, the after Brussels, after that long right corner, very low speed, and then you have a left turn, right? I always struggle to go into that corner in third gear, but somehow go down to second gear. It works very, very well, and I have no idea why. Now that explains a lot about it. Thank you so much about that.
That's why also pays. I take the opportunity to explain one of the techniques that higher level drivers use. So usually most of us, and I say most of us because I include myself as well, and then it takes some thinking and say, to deal with it and say, oh, wait a minute, I'm doing stupid things. So most of us usually try to downshift to as low gear as possible in order to rotate the car and make the turn, right? So you downshift, let's say, to a mid-turn, you downshift down to second gear. You have plenty of negative torque because it also gets multiplied by the low gear, and the car rotates because obviously you are braking more with the rear wheels.
Yes.
Great rotation, fantastic, yeah, win. Wrong. And I'll tell you why wrong. Because the higher end drivers use one gear up. By using one gear up, the car doesn't rotate. And you say, well, if it doesn't rotate, how do they make the turn? They go to the setup and they make the setup with more rotation.
Oh, I see.
So instead of slowing down because of the negative torque, they keep the car at higher average speed because there is less engine brake, but they have the setup rotate the car, not the engine rotate the car.
Oh, I see.
The fucking bastards.
Well, it works.
It works. It works. And actually, this is one of the reasons why you see sometimes the aliens and on some turns they use one gear up, and you're like, how the fuck they can go that fast with one gear up? How they do it?
Exactly. That's what
Why they do
what
it.
I
They
wonder.
keep the car much more stable because they use one gear up and they don't use the engine brake. But at the same time, because the car is so stable, they can make the setup more rotation. So maybe they will make the aero balance more to the front, or maybe they have the rear end more stiff, or they make the rear end go into the bump stops, for example. So the car rotates with the setup, not with the engine. And
I see.
because they do that, their average speed inside the turn is higher by 1 or 2 kilometers per hour, which is all they need to gain 1/10 or 2/10 of a second on every turn. And then at the end of the lap, they give you 2 seconds full. And you're like, where the fuck do they find 2 seconds? Obviously,
I
not only
see.
that, but every single little thing helps them up.
I see. Thank you so much for this explanation. It's very good explanation.
Thank you.
And,
Actually, one guy, sorry to interrupt you, one guy on the
no
chat
problem.
points out something very interesting and very true. And he says, also makes sense why when we normal people try alien setups, we are spinning all the time, because we go down with the gears one more. And so we use a setup that it has a lot of rotation, and we also use on top of that extra engine braking, and obviously we spin out, or we have issues controlling the car because it rotates way too much.
I see. Okay. So, okay, that explains a lot. Thank you so much. I would like to ask one more question because I think the time is a bit
It's okay.
tight now.
I mean, I think we've done almost everybody. We can do a couple of guys more, and we're fine. So no worries.
Okay, so the next question is about the setup. So does it make sense to use a stiffer wheel rate when I have more fuel and use a softer wheel rate if I have less fuel? Let's say if I do endurance, full fuel tank, right, 120 liters. Should I use a stiffer wheel rate than a sprint race?
Yeah, I
make
understand what
sense?
you mean. So here's the situation.
Yes.
We have two problems here. One is what happens in reality, and possibly as better the simulation gets, the more we get close to that. The other thing is, okay, what happens actually what happens actually right now in the simulator, and there are some things to take care of, unfortunately, so there are some exploits happening. So let's address both of them and see what happens.
Okay.
So, first of all, on GT3 cars and everything above them, the most important thing is aero platform stability. That's how we call it. What it means is keeping the aero as stable as possible during all the situations where the car might find itself. So turning in, braking, apex, coasting, acceleration, exit of the turn. Okay. Because we have so much aero generated by the under tray of the car, front splitter, under tray, diffuser, okay, when you are generating downforce from the under tray, it's always quite a bit right height and pitch sensitive. So the more pitch you have, the more the aero balance moves front and backwards, which obviously changes a lot the behavior of the car, the balance of the car. So if it moves front to the front of the car, then you have an oversteery car because the front tires have more grip than the rear tires. If it moves backwards, you have more grip at the rear and less at the front, so it becomes understeery. And not even to make this on purpose, those things happen at the worst possible situation. So when we are trying to turn in, instead of having a stable car, it is going to oversteer, and we're going to have an unbalanced car, and we have issues and troubles controlling that. When we are going into the exit, then the aero moves to the rear because the rear end squats, and obviously we're going to have understeer, which we don't want. So all that stuff happens at the worst possible moment. How can we fix that? We fix it with stiffer with stiffer suspension, stiffer springs, stiffer anti-roll bars, stiffer dampers, and so on, stiffer bump stops, and so on. As a matter of fact, if you study a little bit of the history of the cars, you'll see that nowadays the cars, and even Formula One, because they have the third element which control the pitch independently from the rest of the springs, nowadays cars are much softer than cars that were racing back in the days of the full ground effect, like 80s and 90s. Okay, why is that? Because they were generating massive amounts of downforce from the ground effect, and they didn't even know how to properly work with all the aero elements to make the aero platform more stable. So the car were extremely pitch sensitive, to the point that they had to use extremely stiff suspensions in order to keep the cars as flat as possible. As an example, the Mercedes C9, the prototype C car that we have in Assetto Corsa 1, it uses extremely stiff suspension, which made the car a handful in the together with the turbo lag in the low speed corners. But the car was so much faster in the high speed corners because it was producing so much downforce, so they didn't care. But the car was really bad to drive at low speed because of the massive stiffness of the suspension. Modern cars, Formula One as well, can control the pitch in better ways with the suspension, and can also have under trays that they are less pitch sensitive, and because of that they can get away with much softer suspension, to the point that they use the suspension also to stall the diffuser. You might have seen how the Formula One cars could lower the rear end of the straights and then raise it up when braking on the turns to have the best possible aerodynamics. They have a much better control right now with much softer suspension. All of this, why I'm telling you all of that? Because obviously it makes sense to have a stiffer suspension when you have more weight, because more weight means that the car is going to pitch and roll more, right?
Yes.
So if you have more weight because you have more fuel, it pays to have a stiffer setup, because this will make your balance and control of the pitch of the car better. If you have a light car, then you can have a softer suspension, because you can control the pitch with even softer suspension without big problems. All is good, the theory is good, everything is good. What happens to the GT3 cars? Well, the GT3 cars weigh around 1,500 kilos with the driver, and on top of that you put more 80 kilos. It's not a small amount, but if you put and make a percentage, you see that it is like 4%, 4.5% of the full total amount of weight of the car. So you can understand that the fuel load, it will change the balance of the car, but not by that much. So when you're saying I'm going to use a stiffer setup, it might be necessary just to make the car go into the bump stop and raise the bump stop by one click, or raise, if you have enough resolution, let's say, to your springs, raise the springs by one click, and it's already probably way too much. Okay, way too much.
Oh, I see.
Because it doesn't make sense to go for a very soft spring to a very hard spring just because you put 80 more kilos to the car, while the car, it weighs 1,500 kilos already empty. So that's the problem. On top of that, we have a little bit of an exploitation of the physics into ACC, which make the car faster if you keep the springs relatively soft, and make the cars go into the bump stops quite a lot. So by doing that, it seems that the car are faster in ACC, more than what it happens in reality. And my advice would be, if you are really moving from a very full fuel load to a very soft, to a very empty fuel load, and you have a setup that works on the bump stops a lot, then a single click on the bump stop should be more than enough to control the different fuel loads.
Oh, I see. So the don't your advice is don't make the wheel rate stiffer, but instead make this bump stop range smaller by one click.
Usually nowadays they make the cars work a lot on the bump stop, so the bump stop range is already very small, but they use softer bump stops for that. So, for example, normally you might find on the normal aggressive setup that the rear end almost never goes into the bump stop. For the high-end setups, they lower this range and make it work somewhere around 10 or even lower than that, okay? And then they use very soft bump stops as a rate. So the range is small and the rate is also very, very soft, let's say. If you have a setup like this already and you have full fuel, then just up your bump stop rate by 1 or 2 clicks and you are set to go practically.
I see. So, but one thing about that is that the bump stop range is that I normally set up my bump stop range pretty low. If I'm doing a qualifying setup, my rear bump stop range is basically 0 for most of the track, and it gives me a lot of on throttle rotations and eliminate the understeer when out of corner.
Yes.
But how can I make and the bump stop rate is very stiff as well. But so if that's the case, how can I make it even? How can I improve based on the fuel load on that?
I would say you have to go to the opposite direction. What I mean by that, usually you want to improve the behavior of the car, okay, when you have the full fuel load. Okay, I would say make your setup as it is for the full fuel load. Work on that. You're happy with that, fine. Go to the practice session. Let me also show to you and to the people in the live stream as well what I mean by that.
Okay.
So let me go here, pick the car, whatever, and this is hot stint, sorry. We have to go to practice. Works only on practice, so you have to do that either in practice of the server or in practice offline. So you go in practice, you have your setup, so we go in now and make our setup as we want it. So aggressive setup here, and let's say we use a very aggressive alien setup, something like that, let's say. Okay, so you really go on the bump stops very low, both front and rear, for whatever reason. Usually they also use very, very soft wheel rates as well, but let's not go into that. So you have something like that. Yes. And my advice is put full fuel, go out, drive, and make sure that the car works good for you. So change the things, but with full fuel. Okay. Change the things, make the car work better, etc., etc. See what happens. Once you are happy with the car, how it handles at full fuel load, you go into the aero. Okay. Now watch the right head that we have here and here. 53 at the front, 72 at the rear. Okay. You go into the temporary fuel and you put something like 20 liters. Look at behind. Automatically it became 75. So now you have the simulation on what is going to happen when you are doing a long stint. You start with full fuel. At the end of the stint, where your fuel is going to be lighter and lighter and lighter, the rear end will go up to 75. Full fuel, you were at 72 and everything was working fine. Okay, you are driving, and remember, you're gonna have worn down tires, and in this car here, the rear end is going to go up from 72 to 75. So you're going to gain 3 millimeters of rear ride height. That is going to unbalance the behavior of your car. You're going to have less fuel at the rear and higher ride height as well. So as you are right now, you go out, you try your car, and you see how is the balance. And if you don't like it, you're going to have to find a compromise between how the car rotates well with full fuel and how the car remains stable at low fuel level. With the Porsche, for example, it's going to happen the opposite, because the Porsche has the fuel tank at the front. So with low fuel, it's going to raise the front end. So it's going to be more understeery at low fuel. So instead of saying, okay, I have my setup, how can I make it good for fuel load, for full fuel tank? Do the opposite. Make your setup already perfect for full fuel tank, and then test your setup with a light fuel load and see what happens to the ride height. Go out and test it as well and understand what is going to happen to your car when you are going to be at the end of the stint.
I see. So you're suggesting don't make changes from the quali setting and then make it in the race setting. Don't do this. Instead, focus on the race setting. Focus on.
I mean, obviously, if you are top level, you are going to have a different, qualifying setting and a different race setting. I don't, because I suck at qualifying, and I use pretty much my full fuel setting with just a slight adjustment and just lower fuel load, so the car is light. But I never use a qualifying setting where my fuel load is like 5 liters to do just 2 laps, because I know I'm not capable. Usually I use like 20 liters and I'm doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 laps, and I know that around the 5th or the 6th lap I'm gonna do my best lap time, because I'm just not good enough to do out one flying lap and in again. I'm just not good at this. But if you are good at this, then you're obviously gonna have a specific qualifying setup for sure. But
I see.
That's one thing for the qualifying thing. Obviously, the race is not won in qualifying. The race is going to be won by how much consistent you are during the whole race. And you might have a very good setup initially with full fuel load and fresh tires, and as you move ahead and you are going through the end of your stint, the car is going to be unbalanced. This is where, if you have done the proper training and practice, this is where having a car that helps you at that last part of the stint is going to give you consistency. If your car instead is going to be completely unbalanced at the end of the stint with worn out tires, and you are going to be also tired as well, that will make a big impact on your consistency, and this is where you're losing the race.
I see.
Yeah. So my advice is think in the opposite way. So not, okay, I have the perfect qualifying setup, I know that with low fuel my car goes fantastic, now how I do the full fuel setup. No, do the full fuel setup. Okay? And then see what happens with when at the end of the stint, instead of 100 liters, you're going to have 10 liters, 15 liters. Look at that. This is 3 millimeters. Actually, we can see what is going to happen. You see? With full fuel load, perfect setup, 72 millimeters at the rear. The aero front variation is 1.9. At the end of the stint, your aero variation is 2.1. You are going to have issues with 0.2% variations and worn out tires.
And it's going to be very oversteery.
It's not going to be very oversteery. Okay, I will not exaggerate to tell you that it's going to be very oversteery. But it's going to be different, and that means that it might hurt your consistency. And again, consistency is what wins races or even gives you better positions, because you might find yourself at the end of the stint fighting for P10 or P8 or P7, whatever, or podium. And if you are able to keep on doing the same lap times and the car in front of you haven't taken care of all of that, it's gonna do a mistake, and you're gonna get the opportunity, or it's gonna be the opposite.
I see.
I'm an average good driver. I'm not an alien. I'm not even a very good driver. I'm an average good driver. If you see all my laps, all my races, if I am a little bit, if I have a little bit of practice and I'm in a good, position, usually almost always I do better than P10 in grids where everybody is, not everybody, but at least half the grid is faster than me. And all it is because I keep on doing the same laps. You don't win by doing everything in an extraordinary way. You win by doing the less stupid mistakes.
I see.
Except if you're an alien, okay? Well, at that point, you really win by doing everything in an extraordinary way. It's not that. But if you know that your level is on the mid-pack on a very strong field, then the mid-pack position on a very strong field becomes a 10 first places or even podium sometimes if you don't do stupid mistakes. That's all that matters. Don't do mistakes. Keep on doing what you're doing. Don't try to do over what you're capable of doing. Don't do mistakes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty much explaining that my approach is a bit incorrect or not efficient.
No, it's not incorrect. That is not incorrect. It might be different. This is my personal advice, but it doesn't mean that it is the absolutely correct. And obviously, it changes by driver to driver. If you are a much better driver than me, then my approach is wrong for you. For example.
I see. Anyway, I understand that. Yes. So I will try to do some adjustment by your, based on your advice. I think that is very useful. Yes. Thanks again.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Answering my questions. Yes.
Thank you for having the patience to listen to me talking because I know I talk too much.
Oh, come on. I asked the question. I have the responsibility to listen to you. Yes. Thank you so much. And I have a lot more questions want to ask, but I think that's really the end of the day. I will sort of figure out rest of the question myself. And thank you so much for what you have done to the community and developing this nice, very wonderful game. Thank you so much. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, absolutely. Thank you so much for, especially knowing that your time zone is so different from ours. And by all means, let us know the results in the Discord or in the comments, whatever you like. We really love to see if you are improving.
No problem. Definitely, I will let you know in the chat room. Thank you so much, and I'll just hang up now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ron.
So much.
Thank you. Take care.
No, bye.
Bye. All right, so that was some very interesting questions actually. So thank you so much, Ron, for asking those questions, and I hope you guys, even though we haven't been driving, I hope that you have enjoyed those. I honestly really enjoyed those, trying to answer them. It's not easy to find the correct and easiest and more simple to understand way to answer that stuff. So yeah, that was really cool. Emil asks in the chat, is it correct to check the fuel load test ride in the opposite way? No, because the automatic, you can do it, no problem, but the automatic setup, thingy, the auto setup, sorry about that. The auto setup practically adjusts the ride height automatically with the fuel load that you have. So when you are going to start with your car with full fuel load and you say to the setup, I want to have 72 millimeters of ride height, even if you put 100 liters of fuel or 70 liters of fuel in the fuel tank, your ride height for the start of the race is going to be 72 millimeters. Okay? So that's why it makes sense to try it in the lower fuel. So you go down with the fuel, and you see how much the rear ride height is going to go up, because this is something that your engineers cannot control while you are out there on the track driving. You know, Ron, man, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for the support. Highly appreciated. Thank you so much. Really means a lot. And Volky again. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you, guys. You are amazing. Thank you. Dokugan, yes, the Discord link should work. Otherwise, just use the Discord link for joining the server. Then the guys will guide you. Daniel Elettrico. Bello. Yeah, we could try this, but before doing that, let's have a look, because our next guest is none less than Pasta Tortellini. Tortellini, you guys, if you don't know, Tortellini is one of the fastest aliens out there. It really is, you know, top 10 level, or possibly there around. Really very fast driver. Famous for amazing results, amazing lap times, going for the GOP often, and also does some very nice setups that sells, and also is doing training. So if you care about that, by all means, contact him, go to his channel, go to his Discord, whatever, and get training from him as well, which means that I don't know why he's here and what he wants from me. So let's go into the Discord channel and meet him and see what we can do to make him a better sim racer for 2023, or possibly the other way around, make me a better developer for 2023. That would be also a good thing to do. All right, so let's go.
Up.
Hello.
Have you still got the old?
I have to say before saying hi to Tort. So
yes.
Okay. It's incredible how every time I get into a voice chat, it's always Andy talking. It's always Andy. It's never the guest. It's always Andy talking. So the guest is like there waiting patiently, you know, and Andy keep on, you know, saying whatever, but it's always Andy talking. So
do you know why? I was actually telling him to shut up because he's got his sweatpants on at the moment. And he's try-harding some laps around Barcelona just to embarrass you, I think.
Obviously.
Yeah. And also just wanted to check because the server that we set up for Torts actually got the wrong settings.
Yeah, we set up the other one.
So I've set up another one, and I've been putting it off for the last hour, delaying it 5 minutes, waiting for you to sign up, and you haven't done yet. So
it is your fault as usual.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So if you want to sign up to this one, you've got something like 2 minutes or something to sign up to it.
Okay, let's see.
But is that the one you want to do? Is it the new server? Yeah, with the new settings.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not sure it's the correct one, but I'll try. No, I cannot.
One is pasta goes faster, and the new one is pasta goes even fasterer.
Time to okay, got it.
The one that starts in 3 minutes.
With the cup, I have to go with the cup. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Porsche Cup. And I'm not even sure what he's got planned, but it's going to be painful, I'm sure.
I don't even know myself what I have planned. But it's just that we're having a race in this car next week.
Oh
and
my
God. Thought that, A, I need to get good.
Yeah,
B, you can help me. C, we can talk about this car because it's actually really interesting car.
Yes, it is. It is a very interesting car.
Yeah.
Emil, thank you so much for the support, buddy. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. All right. So,
yeah. Okay, I'll leave you to try hard his sweatpants to it.
3 minutes to go. So I'm all yours. Make me a better developer.
I don't know.
You should hear the stuff he was talking about when he was on the stream. Oh my God, it would make your mother blush.
But it's true. It's true. It's true.
Yeah, Torch mic's overloaded, is it?
Let me know.
Is it? Well, so I've been just driving it right now, and I remember whenever the car got released, since the car got released, it always had that little tiny bit different feeling compared to anything else in ACC. So, especially early 1.8 stuff, we had tollgate and so on, but especially early 1.8, we had a lot of understeer problems. It was always difficult to make cars rotate, especially on throttle.
Yes.
I'm not talking, drifting and stuff or
I
sliding with
understand.
the rear out, but that natural rotation that comes with the throttle. For
Absolutely.
example, you get like a lot of it in iRacing, for
A lot
example.
of push, yes.
Yeah. So that cup car had a lot of that natural rotation and throttle, which was just allowing you to, not really care. You didn't have to be that patient with the throttle in terms of like you didn't have to wait for understeer. You could easily go on the throttle and rotate it. But the tire was the same, right?
Yes.
So, you developed that car, you made it. So, do you have any like insight what made that car maybe particularly different to others? Because it was a completely new project, right? Because it's not really based on anything. It's not really that much aero driven, so it's more like a raw experience of the tire model that we have in ACC.
Right. So, there are a lot of factors.
Yeah,
First of all,
as always.
yeah, as usual. It's never
Everything's
just
connected.
one. Everything's connected. There are many small details, which all together make for a very big result and variation differences. But it's never just one thing or two things. It's many small details, and I keep on laughing because obviously Andy cannot, talk in the voice chat anymore, but it keeps on spamming right now on the Discord with sending me gifs and stupid stuff. So yeah, but anyway, so let's first understand a couple of things about the car. First of all, the car is special, and the car is special in real life as well. So keep in mind that the car has almost the same amount of horsepower as the GT3 cars. Okay, it's not much more.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not more, and that's it, full stop. There are GT3 cars that have higher amount of torque, most important, and horsepower as well. It's not much lighter than the cars. There are cars that are under 1400 kilos, and the Porsche Cup, if I'm not mistaken, the new Cup car is 1350 kilos, something like that, something around there. So it's not that much lighter, so to say. And it has something like half the downforce, more than half so less than half the downforce of the GT3 car. Okay? So, as you can understand by all of those specs, you would expect that the car is much slower than a GT3 car. And yet, the car is usually on all tracks, in real life as well, half a second, 1 second, 2 seconds at most slower than the GT3 cars.
Really close.
The car doesn't even have traction control, and on some series it doesn't even have ABS. We simulate the series with the ABS, but on some series it doesn't even have ABS. The car doesn't have traction control. Okay, and yet the car can make lap times that they are so close to a GT3 car. That alone makes you understand that the car is really special. In terms of what Porsche has done, in terms of mechanical balance, aero balance, it really is amazing. And it also gives you an idea what is going to happen in terms of BOP with the new Porsche 992 GT3 that will arrive next year. So, just getting an idea.
It will be OP, right?
It will be OP, and they will massacre it in balance of performance, as they will do with the other new cars as well, because this is what happens every time. So, but it's normal. I mean, they have to keep the performances of the car as balanced as possible. So the car is special, and that alone makes you understand that it should be special also in the simulator, and actually this happens. One of the very interesting stuff was that we didn't have to do anything particular to the car. We just put the data that Porsche gave us. By the way, Porsche is one of those manufacturers that really, give you as much data as they can. They are really always very collaborating with us, collaborative, sorry, with us, and we just put the data in, and instantly, from the initial test, you could understand that the car was special and could really turn around. It really
It didn't
rotates.
give you like Daytona gears or something.
Yeah, it really rotates a lot. So the car is special, and that's a fact. The other thing is that, incredibly enough, because it doesn't have all that much aero downforce, and because of that the aero also is not that much pitch sensitive, the car can maintain an aero balance, and that's a mechanical balance, for most of the transitions phases it goes through a turn. So turn in, apex, and
Okay,
exit.
now, yeah, that makes sense.
It maintains the same balance of mechanical grip and aero grip. It doesn't change a lot. It's not like when you are braking and going to the turn, it will snap oversteer because the aero balance moves forwards. It still remains the same. It won't go into aero understeer when you are exiting, because it still remains the same. That means that you can really, the better driver you are, the more the car will help you to push and go close to the limits, because it keeps staying neutral as a handling balance. It's really special from that point of view. So that helps a lot. And the third thing that might have to do with some of the limitations we have on the tires, which practically, as you said, the rear tires tend to push too much the cars and not make them rotate under acceleration. It seems that the dimensions of the tires that we have on the car, the rear tires are practically the same as in all the GT3 cars. They are the same. Okay. The front tires are a specific dimension, specific and special for the 992 Cup car made from Pirelli. So the combination of those two tires probably makes the car rotate even in situations where the GT3 cars do not rotate as well. That last part is not that simple. It has many small details inside of how the cars behave, okay, and it's not easy, neither to pinpoint, neither to explain. So, and also it's very, very complex and long, so we could keep on going and explaining that stuff for a long time here and still not touch every single aspect and how it works. But to make it simple and understand the situation, the car is special in real life. The car ended up and resulted in special in the simulation, so win-win for the lazy dev. The car has a very stable aero platform, which helps it staying neutral as a mechanical balance as well, and helps you exploit that mechanical balance, okay, both in real life and in the sim. Again, win-win for the devs. And the car has a specific, I believe, dimensions tire set, front and rear, which I think by pure coincidence, okay, we didn't, this is on purpose, it was just a coincidence, helps it rotate in the sim as well as in reality. I will add an extra thing on that. The car doesn't have a lot of setup changes available, which means that it was set up in a very neutral way from the factory, okay, and aliens go on top of it and don't mess with it and just learn to take everything out of it as it is, mainly. And I think that also helped a little bit. It didn't make the aliens go into
but also
absurd exploits, with it.
Here, good to point out, thing that for like the very stock setting, safe preset, aggressive preset, they're like they already have that rotation that
Yes.
and that natural behavior that
Yeah.
you would expect out of the car.
Yeah.
And obviously, we have our own things that we do to the car
Of course.
to make it do certain things that we
Yes.
want it to do. But
And-
it's not necessarily a necessity.
No,
It gives you
yes,
lap times,
exactly.
it gives you the rotation. It definitely there is some advantage, and you would see a difference.
Exactly.
But in terms of feeling, because I was mostly intrigued by the feeling, how it feels, not necessarily the fact that it rotates or the lap time that it creates that way, right?
There is a couple of things that is one of those things that you look at and you say, why this thing work, you know?
Yeah.
And one of those things is, for example, the Porsche Cup car is very stiff. Very stiff.
Yeah,
For-
so
for
because
a
it
car-
jumps, so is it
Yeah.
stiff and under dampened, or like
No,
it has
it's-
too
it's
much
stiff.
both damping and stiffness?
It's stiff to the point that, even if the dampers work decently, I won't say they work perfectly, because as you can see, we will improve on that, but they work decently, it's still going to jump on the tires. And you can see that also in
Yeah.
real life. At some point, it takes the curb and it just goes into two wheels and stay on two wheels because it bounces, from the tires. And then it just goes down and moves forward. And you can see also in real life, there are some videos out there on YouTube that you can check and see that if the driver goes too aggressive on the accelerator when it jumps, then it goes down, and instead of settling, it's going to do the typical bouncing, boing, 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 and trying, and does that also in real life. So it takes finesse from the driver as well. As usual, Porsche Cups always have been about driving finesse, making the best drivers come out. That's why they use them to pick drivers then that go into Formula 2 and then Formula 1 possibly. It always has been one of the top talent single makers series out there. So as I said, it is strange that it is so stiff and still works so efficiently. Sometimes it's even stiffer than what you guys are using in the GT3 cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we really go really
Yeah,
soft with those
yeah,
GTs.
and that sometimes also makes you think, is the exploit really necessary all the time, every time? Not really sure. You guys are much better than me to understand that. So if you guys, all of you, go into one direction, then I will take for granted that it is the correct direction.
The exploit I was with that softness in GT3, I think it wasn't only the mechanical part, because mechanically, balance-wise, we can make the car even stiff work well.
Yes.
And yes, stiffness will give us aero stability.
Yes.
And maybe efficiency in a sense that will not move around, and it's easier to control it and manage. But it was more about just putting as much raw downforce and then driving around trying to use that downforce, so making it soft, so it goes to the ground even more than it could being stiff.
I think
Because it has right head limitations, right?
I understand.
And then it
I
was
think
just driving around, it being as low as possible whenever you can make it be.
Absolutely. I think it's a combination of a couple of factors here. One is that you can exploit the fact that going lower, you get even better downforce, which obviously helps. Okay. And you can do that without the car bouncing on the bump stops. And here is another factor that right now you can exploit and possibly in the future we can fix. So what it happens is, in Assetto Corsa Competizione, as it is right now, the bumpers do get stiffer and stiffer and stiffer as you compress them, but they have two characteristics which are not as realistic as they should. The first characteristic is that they probably have too much damping. So even if they become stiff, the damping goes up with them as well, and they can control the bouncing on the bump stops even if the bump stops are very compressed. And
so rather like going into the rubber and maybe bouncing off it, or it just kind of goes into rubber and stays there.
Yeah, exactly.
Compressed.
Exactly. It's not exactly that, but it goes close to that kind of.
Only like very, very stiff values, like only then maybe on the bumps it becomes kind of leery. But even then, you can basically put like 2500 newtons
Exactly.
bump stops at zero range, and the cars will still, if dampers are
Exactly.
set
It won't
kind of
bounce
in the
as
window, it
hard.
will just take it.
Exactly. So this is both a limitation of the characteristics of the bump stops inside our physics engine right now, and also that we can improve on that. And it is also a limitation where we cannot improve, and that has to do with the refresh rate of the physics engine.
Yeah.
You would need a much higher refresh rates to peak vibrations and oscillations that are much higher and can make you have issues to the tires and the bouncing of the car on those very stiff bump stops. So this is one part. The other part is that the bump stops in competition right now have practically infinite range and travel of compression. So you can have the car going on the bump stops, you can get a curb, for example, and the bump stop will keep on compressing and compressing and compressing, absorbing the curb. Even if it's stiff, they will still go up compressing because it has infinite amount of travel, practically. Okay. In reality, once you arrive, well, first of all, the bump stops are always placed at the end of travel of the suspension. So if you make the bump stop closer to engage when the suspension goes up, okay, it means that you are also close to the end of travel of the suspension instantly. So the travel of the suspension is always limited by how close you are to the bump stop, and that's one problem. The other problem is that the bump stops themselves cannot compress infinitely. They have a very short travel of compression, like 20 millimeters, 10 millimeters, 30 millimeters at max. That's the travel. So you have a bump stop that it is like that, usually. You compress it, it becomes half the size, maybe, usually 1/3, and that's it. It does not compress anymore, and practically then you arrive at the end of the suspension travel, which means that the whole energy that comes through the suspension, it's going to get released to the whole body. That's where you get the bounce and the car goes up in air. That thing doesn't happen in Assetto Corsa right now, and that is one of the things we're trying to improve for future releases, in order to have the bump stop having limited amount of compression, and the suspension ends its travel when you have finished compressing the bump stop.
If you will have that, let's say that implemented that limited compression, and then it goes into the chassis, how do you think in ACC, maybe you already probably tested that, how would that interact with the chassis flex that there is already?
You're gonna have two issues. First of all, obviously you're gonna flex the chassis, which means that the car won't be as precise as usually. It's gonna be less precise. Not everybody is going to understand it, but I believe aliens will going to understand some sort of
when it was introduced through stuff like on Rouge, it was definitely different.
On Rouge, usually it's the under tray of the car touching before the suspension ends, but you never know. One is that. The other thing is, at some point, the chassis has enough and the car simply will jump. Okay, so you are going to lose contact, but you also have you have advantages from that situation, and I'll explain to you what is going to happen.
Because I know that some cars, I've just heard stories about some racing in some racing series that I don't even know what they are, but I just heard stories that in some racing series people sometimes use actual chassis flex as like suspension component of the car, and they rather fine-tune how the car actually uses the chassis to, I don't know, dampen
absolutely
some effect or whatever.
Most good manufacturers, even GT3 and even Porsche Cup series, they now use the flex of the actual parts of the suspension in order to dampen and mitigate the energy transmission from bumps and stuff like that. They are doing now some fantastic things, and I'm going to tell you even more. Most of that stuff wasn't known back into the even 80s, or only the Formula 1 teams might have known the stuff. And some of the street cars, or even some of the race cars, would get into a situation where the flex of the suspension and the chassis would help the behavior of the car, but the actual engineers didn't even know, and it is one of those cars that we call magic cars. Why this car, the engineering on this car is so simple, it shouldn't behave like that, and yet it does. What the fuck is happening? The answer is that by pure luck and coincidence, or a little bit of knowledge and a lot of coincidence, or half and half, they managed to put the chassis of a car in a situation where all the things were working together. As a matter of fact, Miata NA and NAB is one of those magic cars where honestly the engineering behind the car is like, okay, that car shouldn't do stuff like that nowadays with modern tires. And yet it does, because there is some magic that I'm pretty much sure that the engineers of Mazda back then didn't even know how to do it, because if they knew, some other cars would have been similar, and they couldn't make them similar.
Like stock setup on those old Miatas is so soft it basically goes into bump stop if you really push it into the chassis. It's almost always just compresses and pull into the bump stop and chassis.
Absolutely. So yes, this happens. Obviously, we cannot simulate all that stuff in the simulator, not only because it's difficult to actually simulate all the stuff, but also because data, who, when, how, who knows. Sometimes even the manufacturers doesn't have the data, so it's really hard. But as I was saying, you're gonna have the bounce and the car will jump. So at some point you are going to hopefully be first to not go to the bump stop as much, or at least go to the bump stop but use a different stiffness and a different
softer bump stop, give it a little bit more range. Because like now we have some situations where in some tracks, some cars are literally running like super stiff rear bump stop and like standing in the pit already on the bump stop.
Yes, exactly. So hopefully we are going to have some improvement of that. I don't know yet to give you a definite answer. But
by the way, server is up
this is
if
where
you
all the stuff
join
is happening.
And have something on the screen. Server is up. Server is up if you want to join and have something on the screen.
Oh my god, yes. Server list and
you can just type in Aris, I think, and you're gonna find it.
Probably yes. Let's see. 5. Pasta. Yes, the Porsche.
There will be 2 of them, so make sure it's that second one.
Pasta goes even faster.
Yep.
All right, in we go. Barcelona. Okay, I'm in.
Just, Aris, be warned, he had some very oddly specific temperatures and times of day for this, so I don't know what he's up to. I think he's got some kind of OP setup he wants to...
Absolutely, yes. He's going to do, a 59 seconds lap time right now with the Porsche Cup and say, well...
He said earlier, 44s, 42s.
And I just used, completely positive toe, and that works.
Yeah, good luck.
Oh, yes, you see the camera on the front. I actually didn't take something into consideration, Andy. It's already 18 minutes in and temperature dropped by 1 degree.
I was going to say that. Terrible, you're talking, you've missed your swing spots yourself, haven't you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. No, do you want me to restart it for you, yeah? But maybe Sir would like his pillows fluffed with a fresh beverage.
Initially, I wanted it to be specific temperatures because everyone else already was practicing, and at least I would get some reference. I would be driving, but now, I mean, we're just talking so much, we're explaining so much of this amazing stuff. I'm not even focusing on the driving, just driving around.
So
right now
let's do this. You focus on the driving. Do this. Focus on the driving for a couple of laps.
Yeah.
And I will say a couple of things to the guys here. To showcase the things that we were talking and the errors we were trying to correct with the other guys. The simple stuff, not the very hard stuff, just the simple stuff. So the first thing I want to tell to the people is, first of all, how small amount of steering wheel is Tortellini using. You can see here, for example, it's really small amount.
Yeah, let me just outbreak myself.
Yeah. And the second thing is, look at how much small amounts of steering inputs, but consistent steering inputs it's doing, even though it's going completely wide here, it doesn't matter. But you can see that he's constantly trying to find out extra grip. He's never staying with the steering wheel fixed in one position. He continuously doing very small amount of corrections. Those are not corrections because the car did something and Tortellini trying to catch the car. Those are, on the opposite, corrections that Tortellini imposes to the car. It's Tortellini that's saying to the car, let me know where the grip is. Let me find it. Is it a little bit over there or is it a bit of...
Yeah.
He's
I'm also
constantly
one
trying
of those
to find
drivers
extra.
that does a lot of that. I do move my steering a lot to like Aris says, find the grip. And I'm known with my driving style to do that a lot.
Yeah.
I move the steering a lot. And that's exactly what's happening there.
You are going to see aliens moving much less the steering wheel. That doesn't mean because they are not searching the grip. They simply have a different driving style where they have found the grip and then they are extremely precise to stay on there. But they are more, you know, the exception than the rule. Most of the aliens, you will talk to them and you will say, no, we do not move the steering wheel around a lot. But then, if you watch their replays, you will see that they are doing those very, very small, because if you see, it seems like it's an error of the multiplayer. It's like the steering wheel wraps and does a little bit of lags. You see how fast and small the inputs are. This is because Tortellini is so good to understand the variances in the grip, and I can tell you myself, and certainly you guys won't be able to understand the variances of the grip with such a small amount of steering input. He can do it. He's special. He's a special child. So, but
we was actually talking about this earlier. We're one of the talks things, the confusion or the conflation between driving style and driving errors, where some people mistake the two. And something that is often brought up is people often talk about how being smooth is being fast, but then they see Tortellini drive and they assume that he's not being smooth because of all these micro adjustments. But if you look at what the car is doing, the car position is always on that edge of grip.
Exactly.
And the smoothness is in the car position, not his inputs, which a lot of people confuse the difference between them. And you can see it here.
You can see it from the external. If you see any alien lap from external, it seems very easy, very slow, because nothing moves, nothing changes. That is because they keep the friction of the tires at the limit by trying to find out where the limit is, but the car actually stays on the limit, not a little bit over or a little bit less. That's why when you watch it from the outside, the car doesn't move around and just stays perfect.
Yeah, you see,
he's going slow, it doesn't move the car around. No, the fact is that he's going so fast and he's trying so hard, but the car is right on the limit, not a little bit over, not a little bit under.
You'll see lesser skilled drivers, the car will be moving around more, their inputs will be bigger and broader, more sudden, they're snatching at it, they're not just dancing on the edge like this, and then you see the difference in the car stability afterwards. It's very telling.
But don't make a step, you know, longer than your legs, than your foot, as they say in English. Andy might correct me here. What I mean by that, don't try to be as close to the limit as Tortellini by trying to move the steering wheel so slightly and trying to understand what the grip is. You will probably fail to understand. I cannot do that as precisely as he's doing. But by all means, move the steering wheel more and try to understand that, oh my god, there is grip somewhere and I can feel it and I can see it from how the car reacts. There is grip extra to find. Don't just, you know, steer and stay fixed into a position. This is one of the most common mistakes. You steer and then you stay fixed and you wait for the car to do whatever it has to do. No. You have to be the one that tells the car what to do. So steer, go to whatever steering input that think it is the limit, but once you arrive there and you see no reaction from the car, start to search around for where the limit is. Be more active.
Be proactive.
Do things. Yeah, do things.
Yeah. Most of us are older and slower than people like Tort, though.
Absolutely,
He's young. Was it a finely honed athlete? We decided earlier.
Yeah. So
To see his workout routine, it's crazy.
this is about the steering. Now I want to show you something else about the pedals. So we'll start with the brake and then with the throttle. So if you are going to see brakes, except maybe when he goes on the brake for the initial braking, when he releases the brake, it's always very smooth. Look at that. Look at how smooth it is. Look at the pedals, right? And look how it releases the braking. It's extremely smooth. See? Very smooth on releasing the brake. This is where the aliens do most of the lap time. Look at this. Extremely smooth on releasing the brakes, even on very fast corners. Also notice one that when he releases the brakes, he never goes tentatively on the accelerator. Releases, that's it. Again, now he will release the brake, and that's it. Releases, that's it. It doesn't go tentatively on the accelerator. And I can assure you that Tortellini uses setups that have, I won't say that they are undrivable, but they certainly have a lot of rotation. And yet...
You want to try?
No. And yet he doesn't feel the need to go on the accelerator to stabilize the car. There is no need. He just releases the brake smoothly, and with the steering inputs keeps the car on the limit. John Smith asked a very nice thing, says, I think Tortellini is often more aggressive with releasing the brakes than that. It's something particular on the Cup car that is more gentle with it.
Yeah,
yes,
that
because you don't have so much aerodynamics on the Cup car. And on the GT3 cars that have more aerodynamics and they are also more sensitive to the aero balance, you need to go in coast sooner. But even there, the brake release is always smooth, never on off. Again, smooth release, off the pedal, that's it.
Remember, no traction control as well.
Yeah.
The car has massive mechanical grip.
Let's move to the accelerator. So here on some turns, not all of them, he's doing something very interesting and very important. As soon as I see it, I will let you know. But watch the throttle.
Tell me what you want to say, and I can just do it.
No, I just want to first to show them when you're doing it normally, and then you can do it even more. So obviously we're going to the straight line here. He's also very slow, as you can see. He goes like half a second slower than usual, so yeah, not a very good driver. But I digress. Possibly here, we'll see.
No, I don't understand.
Yeah, and you can see the error.
Not
here.
enough. Wait, I'll go on new tires and qualify that because
yes, because of course, you know, if they don't have the maximum grip, everything. Iron asks something very interesting. So says, if Tortellini is always at the limit and micro adjusting, does that mean that tire wear is faster if the car is always at the limit? Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that this will make him slower than me when I'm driving by not staying at the limit as much, because I'm just simply slower, you know. So he's still gonna be faster than me.
It's also gonna be a different tire wear because it's gonna be a very balanced tire wear because all 4 tires are being used at the same time.
Exactly.
And it's also gonna be wear as wear, but not degradation, graining.
Yeah.
Well, it can happen if it's cold, if it's super hot, right? You will get degradation,
But
it won't
usually
be
you just
necessarily
get degradation.
because someone steers like that, right?
I read that the other way, as in it wouldn't be as necessarily as much as what you might think compared to being over the limit. But you guys
Yes.
read it, it would be more than if a driver was being slower and under the limit.
Yes.
Because obviously, the more you push the car, the more you're using that grip, the more rubber you're going to burn, no matter what.
Absolutely, absolutely.
yeah.
Very correct point out as well. And on top of that, on the top aliens, when they are, you know, trying hard and compete in the SRO and other leagues, obviously very small amounts of how you stay with your tires can make a difference. Small difference,
Yeah.
but at that levels, a small
Oh my
difference
god,
is enough.
we go crazy about it. Like some
Yeah.
drivers just like their overall driving style, like suits a certain
Yes.
car, or just allows them to use those tires in just small different way. But then their tire wear are gonna be completely different. We had that in McLaren in SRO, and out of all of us, James
Yeah.
Baldwin. He had the best tire wear always.
Yes.
Because he was having in a way that he always was steering, like we were saying about steering as little as possible. He was steering like even less
Yes.
than all of us, and he was also driving in a way that he had so much feeling for that McLaren that yes, we do a lot of corrections and we're trying to fill out the grip, and they're very small ones.
Yeah.
But he was driving in a way, obviously, still very much the same idea behind it, but he was yet minimizing amount of those corrections needed and steering very little with the front end. So he had always the least wear on the fronts, which late stint were helping him,
Yeah.
and he had also less overall wear because he was always so precise with how much input he needs to do that he never really needed that correction. So he had less of those micro slides and so on. And overall, over a stint, it always added up. So he had always best tires at the end of the stint. It was little numbers, you know, like a tenth, 2 tenths at the end of the stint. But yeah, in races we race,
Oh,
that
yeah.
makes
As a
big
matter of
difference.
fact, on top of that, you also have the different characteristics of the cars. For example, Mercedes talked to me and they complained
and I was
because...
now just saying about
Yeah.
the difference between drivers, same setup, same cars and race.
Oh, absolutely.
But then cars is totally different story.
Absolutely. And they complained, and rightfully that time, because the original car was eating the tires way too much when they were trying to be as competitive as everybody else. And the actual real car was not eating the tires. So we had a look at the data together and we found out that the real car was, we are talking about 5 to 10 millimeters lower of center of gravity than the actual simulator car, and that would eat up the tires more. So we corrected that, and instantly those guys started to be very competitive at the end of the stint as well, because the tires would get eaten up less. So very, very small detail. We're talking about, you know, 5 to practically 5 millimeters higher center of gravity made a big difference. Another thing here, channel 11 says that the microsteering adjustments, are they only about finding front-end contact patch grip, or the finding impacts the over grip? It absolutely impacts the over grip, and this is something very important I want to talk about, because John said that at some point it also has a car that rotates a lot, Tortellini. And what I wanted to tell you that, yes, that might be true, but how you drive the car also makes the car different. So with the same setup and the same car, Tortellini drives a certain car, that car, and I'm driving the same car, but we're driving practically 2 different cars. Because the way you find grip, it doesn't always changes only for the front, but also affects the rear, so the whole rotation of the car. And so Tortellini might have this setup in this car and finds more stability and more rotation from the car, while I might try the same car and setup and find the car either over-rotating or even understeering, because I'm driving in a different way and I'm not it's not the same car anymore, because my driving style doesn't suit it to the level that suits Tortellini. Dennis, no, the person driving is not using a controller. He is driving very actively. That's what I'm telling you guys. Obviously, on top of that,
it's a little bit more expensive than an Xbox controller.
on top of that, you have to add some of the, resolution of the multiplayer and some of the lag. But
now that we talked about the cup car being very stiff, it also has a lot of caster. So every single bump I can feel in my hand, and I also on the bump you can see basically bumps on the steering wheel. But apart from that, yes, I'm moving my steering wheel also.
Skyler says exactly the same thing. So says these micro adjustments aren't exclusive to SimRacer either. Of course not. You go back and says you watch Senna, Schumacher, Prost, etc. All of them tend to do similar stuff to a certain extent.
Don't tell him that. Don't tell him that.
Yeah. So either you are going to find differences. Some people are going to do it more than others, or less than others. But the characteristic is that proper drivers will try to find extra grip. Will try to find extra rotation, extra stability by actively telling to the car what it has to do. Most of our normal drivers are waiting for the car to do something and then react. Very fast drivers are forcing the car to do what they want, and if the car doesn't do it, they will keep on insisting, trying to find out how to do it.
Interesting also anecdote about steering. I had recently that amazing opportunity that I was actually driving a real cup car, the previous generation one. And we were talking with our instructor for the day, who was Matteo Carioli, factory Porsche driver.
Yes.
He was our instructor for the day. What an amazing experience. He was telling us that from his experience between the two cup cars, the one that we were driving, the 991, and this one, he found that the old car, the one that we were driving, it was giving a driver actually a lot more of that ability to play with the steering and look for the grip.
Yes.
And that 992 was not only a little bit more blunt in how it felt, and that it was giving the driver less feedback if you're looking for it. It also was a little bit more detrimental to how much grip you had, right? So there will be cars that just will give you more of that ability to look for the grip, move the steering, change the slip angle, and some cars, even on the same tire, they will tolerate that more, and some will require a lot more smoothness out of you. And he was saying that those new Porsches, the 992 generation, both Cup and I think even GT3R, that one requires, from his little experience so far, a lot more smoother input, because it doesn't really tolerate those feedback movements as much.
I'll tell you something. First, I have to thank Rick Thomas. Happy New Year, buddy. Thanks for the for the kind words. And on top of that, what you're saying, I will say something like that. Pretty much all simulators, we are a little bit too kind with the tires. What I mean about that? In reality, when you overheat the tire, you produce more damage and you lose more grip for a longer time. So it pays a lot to have a car that has good traction, because this is where you get the time. Even if it's a little bit more understeered than what you would like, you get more time out of that, lap time I mean, and you get more lap time for more duration. so for a longer stint. In simulators, because of the limitations we have, of how we simulate the tires and the limitations in knowledge that we have of the tires, we tend to be slightly more forgiving with the tires, okay? That means that you guys, aliens, can get away with abusing more the tires and having less impact on that. So you have setups that rotate to more, okay, and you can work with the pedals and the steering inputs in order to make the car rotating more. In reality, they tend to make the car more understeery, let's say, but in reality, let's say just more traction, okay, and they modify also the line to have more traction because they know that in that way the tire is going to be stressed out less and it will be much faster, especially after a couple of laps. So that is a little bit of a difference that we have between reality and simulators, and that's not only Assetto Corsa, but in my opinion, pretty much all simulators out there. Some of them, even completely forgiving about any kind of temperature. But I digress. It's not a critique. It's not a criticism. It's more of a that's up to what we know and what we do, and also up to what we can understand and how to drive the cars. Because obviously, different is the feedback that you get from acceleration in real life, and different is the feedback that you get in simulation behind a monitor.
Haha, VR.
Yeah, but still you don't get, when, for example, if you go out from here and you oversteer, okay, so try oversteering on the next turn.
Yeah.
So if you see the oversteer, you feel the oversteer, and it's, let's say that Sim does a very good job at replicating this, but you don't feel the push on your back, on how much the car pushes forwards when you're spinning the tires, and when the tires grab and actually push you forward.
The biggest thing that I was not expecting when we were driving that Porsche Cup, when it was spinning up the rears,
yes,
there was insane amount of vibrations coming from the tire, but it could be because those were wet.
Yeah.
But they were vibrating like crazy, like the whole car was shaking whenever they were spinning up.
I'll tell you also why this is happening, and for whoever feels confident and adventurous enough, just exchange all your car bushings with ball joints and your engine supports with polyurethane or whatever, fixed engine supports, and enjoy vibrations that makes you actually poke and actually want to sell the damn thing in every single trip. So obviously race cars need to go for absolute precision, and they use ball joints and extremely rigid engine and transmission supports, and so every single thing vibrates like crazy and makes ridiculous amount of noise and vibrations. And that is only something you experience when you are actually driving the damn things, and makes quite a bit of difference. We tried with the Assetto Corsa to get a little bit closer, but I can assure you that it's not only the noise, but actually the vibrations that you feel to your hands and to your body, that they're very high frequency, very small ambient, so they're not big vibrations, they're very small ones, but very high frequency, so you really feel a lot of that.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is that feeling of oversteer, not only the tires. Obviously, in reality, you have G-forces, and you're never really ready if you have never experienced a race car to feel how much actually G-forces there are in terms of, let's say, a value of that force, right? Especially under braking.
Yeah.
But in terms of how you perceive those G-forces and all the information that gives you, most interesting for me was how I, as a driver and even as a passenger, I was able to feel not only the G-force itself and how it changes. So an acceleration pushes you to the back, to the side, how you can feel the car roll. The most interesting was that you could feel extremely well and in an extremely detailed way how the car yawed.
Yes.
So you could feel every single movement of a tire. You could feel the slip angle basically, and how it changes, and how the car basically even moves on the sidewall, and how it yaws during the corners when you're starting to push the car and the car gets into the slip angle. That was amazing. How it wasn't necessarily about the G-forces themselves, that oh my god, you go to the side, you get acceleration, you get under braking, of course. That's extraordinary in terms of how much of it there is, and it gives you the feel for really astonishing mechanical potential of the car. But in terms of feeling that you get, that yaw thing really struck me.
Yes, absolutely. Actually here, there is a very nice test that you guys can do in reality, obviously on track, not on public roads. But up to a point, without exaggerating. Again, on track. Because in normal street cars we are obviously not very well buckled up with the safety belts. They are always very loose or whatever, and the seats, the driving seats as well, permit a lot of movement. Find a turn that you are a little bit not confident enough, and you are a little bit, you are afraid to push, okay? And just make the corner normally as you do it, and make sure to make mental note of how your feelings are when you are approaching the corner and the car moves around and your body moves around, and you have this slight feeling of fear and you don't want to push farther. Now, do a lap, go back to the same corner, and this time take your left foot, plant it as strong as you can on the floor of the car, aside the clutch, where you can, where there's the rest
dead
foot.
pedal.
Yeah.
Ooh, dead pedal, yeah.
The dead pedal, as they say, and plant it as hard as you can and push yourself as hard as you can inside the seat of the car, and take the same turn at the same identical way, and then get back to me and let's discuss how much safer you felt and how much you think that the car could go faster into the same turn, and how much more stable the car would feel. And I can guarantee you will feel much more safer, and the car will feel much more stable, even if you do the same exact things. And we're not talking about pushing the car, we're talking about just going, in a spirited way, just a little bit, faster than what you would do in normal street driving. Staying stiff and stable and put inside the car gives you a completely different perspective and sensation than moving around the car normally. And I know that because I just did it with my son, who is getting better at driving the real car, and he was like, wait a minute, that's sorcery, what the fuck is that? And that's the solution. And that's why actually you are feeling differently into a real car and behind a monitor. Behind a monitor, you don't afraid to do any kind of turn, not only because you are not going to die, but also because you are not moving around. Whatever you do, it translates one-to-one to the monitor. In a real car, you move, the car moves, your head moves, the body moves, and it doesn't translate one-to-one. So the better you are buckled in the car, the better and the more stability you feel.
So you're advocating forced head motion in simulators then? Oh my god.
Oh, Clio 2 RS. Wow, nice. Very nice. And the Clio 3 RS. Oh my god, so many so many Clios in the chat. Okay guys, so enough Tortellini blattering and showcasing. No, first of all, thank you so much for joining, for the very interesting questions, and for the very nice demonstration of what people should, do and how to do it.
Well, I thank you for all the amazing answers.
Oh no worries
Even
about
more
that.
amazing answers.
And most importantly also, look how we analyzed the driving of Tortellini. When you guys get a replay or you're watching a video, don't just stay there and say, yeah, he's going fast. No, analyze the details. Analyze the details, because many of us just look at the video and we're like, yeah, he's going fast, and then we just go and do the same mistakes. Analyze the details. Small things, pedals, steering inputs, lines.
It's all in there. You don't need
gears.
telemetry.
Yeah. All right, so let me check. Oh my God, it's 1:30. So I would say maybe that's enough, because tomorrow I still have to work. So what I can say, let me just get out of here for a moment so that we don't listen the engine noise. And let me also, okay. So guys, for me it was amazing. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for participating into this. I remind to everybody that we have on Thursday the next the part 2 of the whole thing, and on Sunday even longer for Sunday. So we're gonna start probably in the afternoon on Sunday. I want to thank a lot Andy, which of course we're going to blame for everything that went bad and wrong.
Love you too, Aris.
Yeah. Make sure to remind me to give you a big raise in percentage of whatever I'm giving you right now.
Yeah, can I have fixed rate this time rather than percentiles, please?
No. I prefer percentage. It works better for both of us.
Another 1,000%, yeah?
I mean, you're good. Let's do it 2,000%. Why not?
Perfect.
Yeah.
I'll be retiring next year.
Oh, absolutely. You are retiring already for more races, so you're doing it well.
I'm too busy doing your shit. That's why. I ain't got time to race.
So again,
did you adjust it for inflation?
Yes, yes, that is the 2,000 of nothing, 2,000% of nothing. So
right.
Again, once more, thank you so much, guys, for joining. It's been a real pleasure, and I hope that you guys enjoyed it as well. By all means, go into the channel and leave a reaction for Thursday. We are going to start picking up random sim racers from tomorrow. And yeah, what to say? 2 more days to go. So let's make them count. Thanks again, everybody. See you next time. Good night.